This is magic.
The Fan.
Well, hey, happy Wednesday?
Hump day.
Oh, there you go. Luke Anderson filling in for Isaac and filling in for Sook. Will freaking Ordner, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. Just
That's exciting.
talking to you.
We also got filling in for Buck, Jordan Schultz. You got nobody today.
Deep in the bullpen.
Whoa. We're not that bullpen. We're the
I was talking about me.
We're a line change. Oh, you're deep. Okay.
Well, you guys are the line change. Now
yeah,
that
it's just a
Buck's
line
not
change.
here,
No,
it's
this
just-
is a seamless transition.
The second and third liners.
Yeah, exactly. We just come in here and seamlessly pick up on a day
I'm not even that.
that doesn't happen to have any sports on it.
I'm the goalie standing by in the crowd just watching, eating popcorn in the
That
first
I
period.
like.
By the third period, I'm dressing it on the team.
There
the,
was
the emergency goalie is what
That's
you're
exactly
saying.
right.
That. Thank you. That
There's
is
nothing
exactly
better
right.
when the emergency goalie comes in, and you get the story of, well, he's a
Mm-hmm.
firefighter, and he plays every Wednesday on a team, and da-da-da-da-da. But they come
Rec
in.
league hockey player.
Well, I mean, that's one of the more unique things in sports, the emergency goalie. That,
Right.
like, if these four guys all get hurt, we're just pulling a dude out. That's awesome.
It's the dream.
The best one is they're in Toronto, and he's like the part-time Zamboni operator.
Yes, I remember, yeah.
And then all of Carolina's goalies get hurt. So then you've got this dude out there with the Toronto Maple Leafs goalie mask on, yet he's repping Carolina, and then somehow comes away with a freaking win.
When was that? 2 or 3 years ago?
Or
Or is it longer than that?
It was longer than that because
Okay.
I remember paying attention and watching it on ESPN, so it has to have been before I went to college.
Gotcha. Oh, that's a way back then.
So-
way back machine. When was the last time an
2014,
emergency goalie went in?
Oh, it
A
can't.
couple of years ago.
Yeah,
I
that's
bet
what
you
I
there
thought.
was
There was
one
one.
in college when
Yeah.
I was in college.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's great. So if you emergency had to get thrown into a sporting event, what would you not fail miserably at? I assume you'd fail at everything, but let's say you had to go in and, step in for a baseball game, football game. Like, if you had to step in for an NFL game, you would, right now, at your weight, you'd get housed playing offensive line because you weigh, what, like 240 right now?
I'm heavy after the Pendleton Whiskey Fest.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm
That's
a
fair.
heavy 248.
Oh,
I'm a
dude.
heavy
What did you?
248.
But what did you play at Central?
I played at 315. I played against not nearly the amount of
So
NFL
you're down
guys that
70 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, I was down to about 235, so
Okay.
I'm hoping to get back down there. But like, Sook played against NFL guys all the time. I played against a couple guys who made it to like a couple mini camps.
A couple practice squad guys.
They were freaking good. They were really, really good.
Yeah.
I'd be in a lot of trouble. By the way, the guy I was thinking of, David Ayers, 2020.
Yes.
2020. Okay, so it wasn't that long.
The
ago.
last
Okay,
one-
that's- Okay.
Last one, Tom Hodges, 2022.
There you go.
No. You are wrong. There were actually
Whoa,
activated
oh.
goalies or emergency goalies this season for
Oh.
the Toronto Maple Leafs. That was Jet Alexander, last season on April 8th, 2023. And then Matt Berlin a couple of months before that for the Edmonton Oilers on January 23rd,
Stupid
2023. These guys
Wikipedia.
actually got in the game.
Yes.
Two, and you're talking about David Ayers as well.
Mm-hmm.
That would make 3 of 6 emergency goalies that have ever, in the history of the NHL, seen time on the rink.
So only 3 recently, but 6 all time.
And we're going back to 2016, and that's
Okay.
that's the first time that
Yeah.
an emergency goalie, at least recorded on the history that I'm reading, had ever appeared on a team. I don't know if like the roster rules changed at that point or what.
Boy, that's fantastic. So I have to throw you into a sport.
Yeah.
Anything that you could function as where you wouldn't totally embarrass yourself.
It's football, right? Like it has to be football.
Does it?
I'm striking out in baseball.
Yeah.
I've got no shot. Ooh. Hot dog eating contest. Nathan's 4th of July. That is where I will do my best. I will get trounced.
Yeah.
But if you're telling me that the All-American hero Joey Chestnut is not in it, I will not be embarrassed. I will lose. I
Yeah.
will be last, but I won't be completely embarrassed.
And I'm not saying that I could pitch against Major League hitting. I feel like if when they get the game's a 20-run game and they just
Yeah.
pull a position player in,
Like throw Rojas in.
if you put me out there, I think that I could throw strikes.
Okay.
I don't think I could throw balls past anybody. I don't think I'm doing anything like when it's like, all right, the game is so out of hand.
Yeah.
We just need somebody to get it across the plate so that they could get them in play and so we don't burn an arm. I think I could probably do that.
Like eephus pitches, or like we're talking
No,
60, 70 miles an hour?
I could probably put it. I was clocked at, let's say, 85 in high school. I think was the fastest I ever threw it.
awesome.
So I could probably
Faster
hit.
than me.
I could probably hit 70 right now without my arm falling off, which would be good enough. Because those guys don't see those pitches all the time. They're not
No.
taking every one of them yard. The nice thing was, I always thought like for full potential of athletic ability would have been if I would have really focused on being a BP pitcher. I could have got a lot of home runs because I had an 85-mile fastball that didn't move at all.
Right.
Which is really what you're looking for. And I could locate it.
There you
so
go.
I could put it right across the heart of the plate. So if I was trying to get home runs hit off of me, I think I'd have been pretty good at that.
Did you ever get
What?
a home run
You're
hit?
laughing.
Just saying, if I were trying to get home runs
Yeah.
off of you, I wasn't making fun of you when I said eephus pitches because I've seen major leaguers throw them.
Yeah, the Ephus pitch is sweet. If you could throw the Ephus pitch across the plate
It's true.
every time, how many pitches could you throw if you threw it as strikes before one is hit out of the park? Like if I go up to a major league hitter and throw him
Which major league hitter?
six,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because like
yeah, but each year you used to take him out in practice. But you're throwing the Ephus pitch is what, like 30 to 40 miles an
Yeah,
hour on that
50
big
tops.
lob. Like getting timed up on one of those. Like if it was really easy to hit out and somebody could throw them, they would throw them in the home run derby.
right, 100%.
And they do not. So it can't be easier than just piping a 80-mile-an-hour fastball or whatever they're used to, because then it doesn't screw up their rhythm. But it would screw up the rhythm. So how many Ephus pitches could you throw in a row, assuming they were all strikes, before somebody just launched it on you?
See, like, I think if I get Stephen Kwan, I think I might be okay. Like, I might get 4 or 5 in before he hits one yaya. But if I get Jordan Alvarez,
2.
I'm screwed.
Yeah, well,
I'd be happy to get 2.
But here's you're sure about that?
Yeah, I'm dead
I-
sure. I was not a good
If
baseball
you
player.
took those guys to a batting cage
No,
and
I'm
let
just
them
saying-
hit the softball setting, they would smash it every
Yeah,
time.
softballs.
And I'm not talking about fast softball pitches.
Yeah, I know what
Talking
you're
about
talking about, slow
lobbing, like
pitch.
beer Sunday pitch. Yeah.
But yeah, I also think there's the softball's a little easier to pick up. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
the answer, and you may be right. Like you throw one up there, you get one of those Jordan Alvarez's who can generate their own power and don't need any velocity coming off it. I could picture that, but you never see anybody try it. It's one Ephus pitch and it's right back to whatever other junk you're throwing.
That'd be so much fun to like actually do, like go down spring training and just be like, I'm gonna throw, see how quickly
Yeah.
you can hit 1 yard on me.
Yeah, see, I'm not even worried about somebody hitting a home run off of me. I'd be badge of honor. I had a friend who got to pitch against Albert Pujols in high school,
yeah, that's badass.
and that ball still has not landed. He said it was just hit so hard that like everybody, like even he was just like, "Well, thank you for that."
Well,
Like,
that went a long way.
it was appreciated just being there, and then of course a few years later, and this was in Missouri. I think he grew up near Kansas City, but either way, so then he ends up playing for St. Louis. So then everybody's like, a St. Louis fan when they're killing it. And he's like, yeah, that guy took me so yard.
Yeah, that becomes
That's-
a great story.
Yeah.
then.
So I wouldn't have a problem with that. My big fear with pitching would be the comebacker. Like you start throwing some Ephus pitches, and here's Julio Rodriguez trying to summon all the power and see if he can actually figure out a launch angle to hit a home
Yeah.
run. And then he accidentally line drives and it just goes through my face.
kinda
That's
tops it, yeah.
That's what's getting. Forget tops it.
No,
Line-
like
just
tops the
line,
ball.
No line drive. Just forgets everything on it. I don't mind if it dribbles at me and I get a chance to field it, but if it goes full force and I'm sitting there just on my follow through with my old man reaction time and it just murders me.
That might be the best case scenario though, because then you can sue. You're like, Julio Rodriguez, you're gonna owe me some
I'm
money.
pretty sure throwing the baseball at them implies your.
You can sue for anything now. They sue all the time. Just like find something like he did it on purpose. He can control where he hits the ball.
Yeah, did
He
you
is
see
a
how so
professional.
slow I threw it? This is what he does.
He's
Yeah.
a professional. I'm a Yahoo.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
conspiracy theory about MLB. They don't actually care, putting netting up now extended to all, like, I think down to the end of the dugouts. They don't actually care about fans. They just don't want to pay any more settlements out because you guys are right. Suing happens all the time.
Yeah, but does
It's
the
also
net,
protection.
doesn't that bother you at all? That was the dumbest part about it is the net gets in the way. If you
Well-
just sat behind them and be like, that net, that if I
the
could just
whole
get that
reason I
net
can't
out of the
see.
way.
I mean, it kind of messes with my eyes. I cannot sit behind the net because if I like look through it too long, I'll start to get a headache. So.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that like I'm special. I'm sure there are other people out there that
think-
like, it kind of f's with your vision.
Yeah,
If
probably.
you sit behind, I mean, literally, try to sit behind bars for 3 hours watching things moving back and forth. I'm not sure everybody can handle that.
No, you're not wrong. So then you're an outfield seater then.
I either literally got to be like in the Muckleshoot Diamond Club behind home plate for the Mariners, or outfield, or like up on one of the second deck All-Star clubs or
There
whatever.
you
Where
go.
there's a bar. I just need a bar.
Oh.
Well, that's a whole different thing.
I can tell you where all those are.
Well, Edgar's Cantina.
I found them all.
I always just find the cheapest ticket and then find my way down to Edgar's Cantina, and my wife and I will stand in the corner, and then we get the really good margaritas. And if I want a cheap Miller High Life, I walk on up to the first floor. No, I got to figure it out there.
Yeah, I love the what is it, $4.50 for the High Lifes?
Yes.
Let's go.
And I know where all those are. That's all part of the 999 right there.
Well,
I think I need to do a 999 with you next time.
999.
Since you did the 999, Will, I've been intrigued, wondering if my little chubby ass could do a 999.
I'm on hiatus until someone else pays for the next one.
Yeah, wow, that's
If someone else
responsible.
wants to pay for the next one, I will do
Why
it
did it
again.
get so expensive? Because
It was $100 and some odd dollars.
So for anybody listening that does not know what the 999 it is 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, and 9 innings.
Yep.
Correct?
And you get 1 dog, 1 beer per inning. You don't get to do like, well, I drank 4 beers in the first, and then I'm gonna wait.
You're gonna make it
until-
up. Yeah.
No, it's 1 per. The way it worked out for me is I was going value dogs and value beers, except for I did 1 Seattle dog.
Oh,
So
that's
that
where
was part of
okay.
it. So the Seattle dog ended up being like $13.50, and then the beers were $4.50. So High Lifes are on the cheap.
It's 40
end there.
Yeah, it's like $39.50 or $40 for 9 of them. Yeah.
It's so it's $4.50, and then you got to factor in the hot dogs, which I think the hot dogs were $5, maybe 6, and then you got to throw in the tax. So
Yeah.
whatever that is, it ends up being just about over $100.
Yeah. And did you do this? Is it required to be at the game? Then you have to throw the ticket in there too, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Well, and then I've got the big dumper bobblehead. It's a whole thing, and the T-shirt.
You had to buy the big dumper? It wasn't
Well,
big
the
dumper.
ticket was bought.
Yeah.
The 2 tickets were bought
Well, there
in
you
the dumper section.
Oh, well. If you're going to do it, I guess that's a place that you need to
true.
be eating
That's
9
right.
dogs and drinking 9
The
beers.
perfect spot for it.
Well, since it is the day with no baseball, as it were, the day after the All-Star game, we sit here with no baseball games. I believe all 3 of us Mariners fans. Well, I guess I know we are. Schulte wearing his shirt. You and I talked about this
Shocking.
before. I think this is a very good point in time for us to complain about Safeco, or I'm sorry, T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
And just how terrible it is to watch someone leave the Mariners and learn how to hit again. So we are going to start things off. It is a Luke, Will, and Jordan version of Primetime on 1080 The Fan, bitching about the Mariners next.
That's 1 draft down.
The Portland Trailblazers select Donovan Clingan from the University of Connecticut.
And another big one to go.
And Cooper Flag has been the story, I guess, at all these practices where people are like, dude, Cooper Flag is the reason why Portland should lose every single game next year. We've talked about this so many times of where do the Blazers go next, finding that guy.
Talk about it and get the inside story from Portland's sports leader, 1080.
The Blazers can be patient.
The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland.
and Soup
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Prime Time. Luke Anderson filling in for Isaac Ropp. Will Ortner filling in for Big Souk. Jordan Schultze filling in for Ryan Buckley. The Vancouver Ford text line, all texts on the fan are via the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale.
That's right.
Not
They're
even necessary to do it.
fantastic.
They've already made the sale. They could move on, but they don't. They continue to treat you right online at vancouverford.com.
Fantastic. over
People pointing out that they didn't get any warning that the B team would be in today. We barely knew. So I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what you want from us. So yeah, take that up
Yeah,
when
we-
Isaac and Souk get back
We're not
tomorrow.
hiding a reason.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what's going on. I believe Souk is back tomorrow. Isaac back on Friday. Where they're at, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They're not in like my trunk. If that's what you're asking,
It was implied on the
they're-
Vancouver Ford text line
It
that
was.
you may have murdered them.
which like very big narc energy. Very big.
That's true.
I did not murder anyone yet.
As far as you know. As far as you know. You did get older this weekend, I heard, though.
I did. I had to use Tums. Had heartburn for the first time. It was
Welcome.
It was really rough. I bought Tums in my medicine cabinet. First of all, I have a medicine cabinet. That should tell you how old I'm getting.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And it's your medicine.
It's
cabinet.
it's mine.
Yeah.
I don't share
Yeah.
it with anyone else. It's in my bathroom for only me. It's now Allegra, Benadryl, Tums.
Well, there you go. And
Terrifying.
and
It'll
if you
get
started getting bald later, you'd probably have Rogaine in there too, but you're a
No.
little past that.
I'm too cheap for it.
Oh, there
it
you
was
go.
it was never gonna come down to it was like Rogaine, protein shake.
Yeah.
Eh,
Yeah, there you go.
It is
Well,
what it is.
Well, speaking of heartburn, I don't know if you two both had the same reaction I did, but when Teoscar Hernandez is a great hitter, gets traded to your team, you get excited, becomes a terrible hitter, and then leaves and becomes a great hitter again and wins the home run derby. It makes you question why Seattle can't figure out their stupid ballpark, which continues to be ranked among the worst places to hit in Major League Baseball. At one point, I don't know that I ever saw the resolution of this. At one point this year, the Mariners had 7 straight games with 10 or more strikeouts on their own roster.
Yep.
They have the worst batting average in Major League Baseball. It is just an absolutely devastating place to hit. But Teoscar Hernandez, one of his comments was, he said he could never get comfortable there. And it's something that gets into your head when you go to your home ballpark and you can never quite figure out why you can't hit there. And then you go on the road and you start to figure it out, but then your pitchers aren't as good because they're relying on all of the help that they get there. So the Mariners with a much better home record because they have a great pitching staff, but you go to a game and you just want them to do something besides win 2-1, and it's all they can do. So I don't know if you guys had the same experience. I believe that you did, Will. Jordan, you can dive in whenever you want, but like, how frustrating is it to watch Adrian Beltre be a runner-up in the MVP, show up for a 4-year stretch where you're just meh, and then go to Texas and be great again. You have guys like A-Rod on his way out going, I wish you guys would shut the roof more, and what are you doing wrong? They did an analysis of this stadium and said, we need to figure out how to get more hits. They moved in the fence 17 feet, and it has not helped at all. That was in 2012. So it's been open for 24 years. 12 of them before they moved the fences, 12 after. It's still a terrible place to hit.
Still an issue.
Can we just try to do something different?
Well, and the part that's frustrating for me, and I didn't know this, but I went on a big deep dive after Teoscar Hernandez interview, and I got into the nitty gritty, but I found this interview that Bill Kruger had done with one of the talking heads up in Seattle, and I did not realize that the batter's eye is not square.
Yeah.
So when you look on a baseball field, for those who've never played, there's a batter's eye so the batter can see the ball coming out of the
It's a
pitcher's hand.
dark backdrop so that you can pick up the white ball coming
Right.
out their hand. 99% of them are perpendicular so that you are looking at it square up from home plate. That's what it's there for.
It makes it easier for people to hit. It's how you pick up the ball. Well, not at T-Mobile Park. It's slightly crooked. It actually faces, according to Kruger, the third base dugout.
Yep.
So that's going to mess already with how batters pick up the ball, and any slight change for a baseball player. I mean, no one's more superstitious than baseball players. So they're going to have issues just by it being slightly off center. Then the way the stadium is designed, the way the sunlight hits that backdrop makes it even harder to pick up the ball. That's why the numbers are so off. Now, don't get me wrong. This baseball team that you have right now for the Mariners, they love to strike out. No one likes to strike out
and that's
more
not
than
'cause of
this
the batter's
Mariners
eye.
team.
Yeah.
Not all of it. But when you go through the numbers, and I have them here with FanGraphs, since T-Mobile Park has opened, if you took every major league ballpark except T-Mobile Park, the average batting average is .252. If you look at Safeco, if you look at Mariners line in Safeco, T-Mobile, .246.
And that's over the last 12 years, or
That's since it opened in
In-
1999.
25 years.
So 6 points lower?
6 points lower.
And that's for the Mariners lineup.
And then opponents, it's 9 points lower. So
'Cause
it's
they're less used to it.
243.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
Okay, a couple of things here. There's the connection to the batter's eye is interesting because something that Teoscar said, I'll get to here in a second, kind of threw me off and made me wonder why it hasn't been fixed yet. And if there are rumblings, I can't even believe that.
We're starting the rumblings right now.
Nope.
This is a campaign. Everybody
Yeah,
pick up the
exactly.
phone and call on T-Mobile devices to the park.
No kidding, but it sounds like players have been saying this for quite a while,
Yeah.
and Jerry DePoto's just kind of been sitting on his hands. about
A-Rod,
it.
A-Rod genuinely pissed and moaned about the field when he left to Texas in 2001.
And back then, I don't know if y'all remember, but there were massive issues with the batter's eye. There was so much glare coming off of the batter's eye. They, for years, could not solve that issue. And I don't know if after they finally got the right black paint or the right shading or whatever they corrected about it, if tilting it to the side helped the glare. I'm not sure if that was a thing, but that makes them feel crooked, along with what Teoscar Hernandez said in his comments, which was he could never get aligned with the pitcher like he could at any other stadium.
Right.
And to me, that is so weird and scary to hear from a major league player at your home stadium. He said in this article, no matter where I stood in the batter's box, I tried everything. I could never feel like I was lined up with the pitcher like I normally should be. And if it's him, it's got to be happening to everybody else. And that is a concern. And this is beyond my knowledge. There's got to be some scientific brains that you can bring in here to help and study this, right?
Well, that's a funny thing is they did the ballpark analysis
Right.
a dozen years ago, and the best ballpark. So I looked at what was this website? There was some ranking of the ballparks that was done on Statcast or something.
Maybe FanGraphs.
Baseball Savant.
Okay.
Nice.
So Baseball Savant did it, and they ranked every ballpark here, and they gave them ratings between 92 for the Mariners and 114 for Coors Field. I don't want to be Coors Field either. The Rockies aren't winning anything, and that ballpark is huge. But there's something to be said. If you're a free agent, the Mariners offer you the same amount of money that somebody else offers you, and you look at the ballpark, or you talk to other Major League Baseball players and go, well, if my production goes down, my paycheck goes down.
Right.
And just going up there and being off a few percentage points on your batting average and going in there expecting to, maintain what you're doing or improve it, and it's the overcorrection. It's the golf swing, right? Where you go out there and you go, why can't I do what I was doing? So then you make a small correction. This is where the comments that Teoscar made are so interesting. You make a small adjustment to line up better with the pitcher. Now everything is going to be that much off for the adjustment. That doesn't work, so you make another adjustment. Now you're off by a factor of 2. Then you make a third adjustment, a fourth adjustment, whatever it is. So why are the Mariners striking out more? It has to be getting to a point where everybody is, collectively understanding what's going on, and it gets in your head. If you know that you're going to hit worse there and you go in expecting it, guess what the results are going to be?
Right. It's going to be worse. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The part that's the most frustrating, I think, is it's been this design. How do you not come in? And it's a beautiful ballpark. I'm not here to dump on Safeco, T-Mobile. From everything that you hear about people who have gone to all the best ballparks, it is up there.
From a fan perspective, it's always ranked near the top.
But at the same time, you still need to design a ballpark that people can play baseball on. Like, if I'm a pitcher,
I don't need you to be the best. You can't be the worst for 25 years.
You need to be average. This is the perfect time to get a C. Get a C. Be in a spot where if you're a pitcher, you can come into the ballpark and you go, hey, you know what? there's parts of this that help me, there's parts of this that hinder me, it ends up being a wash. If I'm a batter, hey, there's parts of this that help me, there's parts of this that hinder me, it's a wash. And so that way you're not losing out on free agents. If I'm a free agent fielder right now, there is no chance I'm coming to Seattle, even if they were willing to pay me, because my average is going to go down. Now, that being said, if I'm a pitcher, well, I might be more likely to go out to Seattle.
Yeah,
that might be why your pitching staff is so good.
Yeah, but it also might be the reason that Felix Hernandez won a Cy Young with 13 wins,
right,
and never pitched in the postseason.
Well, that was partly because, thankfully, voters started looking at the correct stats as opposed to just wins for pitchers. Wins do not actually tell the story of a pitcher's season.
But the other side of the coin is he never threw a postseason pitch.
Yeah.
So is that what you would like to do for your career?
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with the Cy Young, but of course.
Well,
not.
But those are two things you can look at. Going, all right, I have to be perfect, because if you get to 20 wins, the Cy Young is a lot easier to win. He had to dominate in everything else and win despite that, because he could have won multiple if he was pitching where he had any run support.
Well, but didn't he also have, it sounds like, an advantage of a crooked batter's box to the pitcher's mound at Safeco Field? And I'm just kind of trying to play devil's advocate here. However many games he did pitch at home, this was an advantage to him.
So you go out and go through the exact same routine as a pitcher. You're not seeing the batter's eye, and one game you get result A, which is, let's say the average batting average against you is, 210 or whatever it is, and you're doing everything you can at home and you're doing great. Then you go on the road, you do that exact same thing, and all of a sudden the batters can square you up because they've got an even batter's eye around you, and that's why you get these big swings on road and home performances. So even as a pitcher, you have to figure out how to adjust to it. There's enough variations in ballparks, and again, I'm not advocating that they need to figure out a way to be the best.
Right.
You just can't be the worst for the entire history. They have been, and if you go through it year by year, they sit at the bottom or at the very bottom or near the bottom for all major batting categories. And you can't expect to have any longevity with keeping free agents, bringing in free agents, and just having players develop there. How's Jared Kelenic doing?
He's doing a lot better in Atlanta, where the batter's eye is straight. That's all I really want. I don't want the fences brought in, and I didn't even know about the batter's eye until I saw Kroger's interview. But it makes sense to me that you should have a ballpark that has a straight batter's eye so that people can pick up the ball, whether it starts to hinder your pitching or helps your hitters. I don't really care. It's just, this is a big part of baseball.
Yep.
The batter's eye needs to be straight. If they can figure it out at Kelso High School, or they can figure it out at Hawkinson High School, or Lake Oswego High School, or Jesuit High School, how come we can't figure it out at T-Mobile?
How often do hitters leave the Seattle Mariners and immediately get better?
But there are also instances, and I know we got a break soon, and I want to kind of throw this in there just for everybody
You're
to chew
trying
on.
to defend
the
ballpark.
No, I'm not.
Just making sure.
I'm not trying to defend the ballpark. This just popped into my head. Y'all remember retired first baseman Mark Teixeira, how amazing he was. One of his favorite places to play, you can go find many quotes, he always said T-Mobile, Safeco Field. And I just looked at his stats over his career in 78 games, 19 homers, 49 RBIs, 284, 550 OPS. He hit well there.
Right, but only he did.
No, that's not true. I can go find Miguel Tejada hit well at Safeco Field. There are actually examples of players that liked hitting there. So it just kind of, I start to think about, this stadium sucks, but then I remember, these players like to hit here. What the hell's going on?
So find me a Mariners player that had those career numbers at Safeco.
Probably Ichiro, outside of anybody else. That's
right.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Richie Sexton was an MVP candidate and then went there and completely
his first
fell off.
season and a half or two were actually, I believe he still hit 40 home runs, and in his first game at Safeco Field, he hit 2 home runs.
The one category where batters still do well is home runs, because it's not a huge ballpark. That's the thing, is it's not difficult. And they moved in the fences in 2012, so it's not that it's difficult to hit home runs. But again, when you're trying to hit for average, and baseball, you get into a slump, and you get into it. How good was Julio Rodriguez as a rookie? He wins Rookie of the Year, and the start of both seasons, he cannot figure it out, because you are competing with the marine layer.
Right.
You are competing with cold weather. It was the third coldest stadium for the first month of the season. You have other factors that you don't have control over, but when there is something that you do have control over, you need to fix it. You need to fix it quick, and it's already been too long. So if players are going after the All-Star game and going, yeah, that was a waste of time going to Seattle to hit there. Look how good I am when I'm not there. It's a little bit of a red flag for your stadium.
Couldn't agree
Fair?
more. Yes, you're going to find
down
examples.
agree.
You're going to find examples of outliers.
Yes.
Just in everything. But when you look at how most hitters fare, they get worse in T-Mobile.
Yep.
And it's a simple fix. Move the batter's eye.
Guys, let me share with you Julio's stats before we go to break.
Please.
Home over his career. So at T-Mobile over his career, 189 games, 33 homers, 104 RBIs, 270 batting average, 199 strikeouts, right?
Yeah. Didn't hit as well as Teixeira.
No, we didn't. Away, 195 games, 37 homers, 109 RBIs, and a 282 batting average. So his batting average does raise 12 points.
Okay.
You're not wrong. But his strikeout numbers also go up by a lot. He struck out over 230 times in just 6 more games. So there's aspects here, but we've got to dive deep. There is something wrong here, and I'm not sure any of us three have quantified exactly what the problem is yet.
I think we did.
No. I'm saying that we know that T-Mobile Park is messed, but we don't know exactly what about either the batter's eye or what pitchers are seeing in a crooked angle or something. We can't figure that out.
Somebody can.
Yes, didn't I say earlier? Science can help with this. There are people that we can hire.
Yeah, well, it sounds like
Engineers, we need them.
yeah. The batting eye, I think, is a very good start. There are 29 other ballparks that you can go and look at that have better hitting that you can go and go, let's just take something from those. The second worst is Petco in San Diego.
That shocks
so don't follow that one.
Yeah,
So,
I was
well,
gonna
they don't they pay a lot of guys a lot of money to go there, and they
That's
don't get a whole lot better there.
That
So
is true.
it's not the only ballpark with problems, but it's the worst. Fair enough. All right. Hey, the Olympics are coming up. Are you aware of this?
I've heard.
Are you excited about said Olympics?
And Caitlin Clark's not playing. I'm
that's
boycotting.
Fair point.
Not going to watch any of it except for all of it. Because
Except
there's
for all
nothing,
of it?
I'm
Well-
not going to watch any of it except for all of it because there will be nothing else on.
I will give you 5 sports that are not going to be worth watching. Can you tell me the 5 summer games that the U.S. has never medaled in?
Not counting new ones, I'm assuming.
Yes, medals.
Okay.
Medals have been.
Hey, I had to ask.
What, are there new ones this year? I
think breakdancing is in it.
Yeah, but didn't they do that in Tokyo?
Yeah, that's right. I didn't watch that.
Okay. There are 5. We'll see if you can figure out what theirs are. But
Can't wait.
first, we have to get to a Schulte Sports Center update.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, Team USA continuing to ramp up for the Paris Olympics on the hardwood. They beat Serbia this morning 105-79. It moves them to 3-0 in exhibition play. Steph Curry leading the way with 24. Bam Adebayo adding 17. Anthony Edwards also contributing 16 points. The Americans now moving to London for their final 2 games before heading to France for the official start of the Olympics. And some breaking news this afternoon in the WNBA and NBA. The WNBA reportedly receiving a collective $2.2 billion over the next 11 years. That is a part of the new NBA media rights deal that they signed for $74.6 billion with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon Prime. That takes effect in the 2025-26 season. And also The Athletic reporting Milwaukee Bucks forward Chris Middleton having successful arthroscopic surgery on both of his ankles earlier this offseason. He's expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. And the Open Championship getting going tonight at Royal Troon in Scotland. Justin Leonard, Todd Hamilton, and Jack McDonald teeing off at 10:35 Pacific. Tourney favorite Scotty Scheffler getting going tomorrow morning at 7:10 a.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
It's coming, The Fan at Big Ten Media Day with the coaches and players you want to hear. July 23rd through the 25th on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. Are you thinking about getting a new TV?
All right, welcome back in. No Isaac, no Sook. Sook back tomorrow. Isaac back Friday. They testing hot tubs or something today? When are they going to get it for their hideaway? The cabin that they got together up in the woods?
That's right.
Testing out hot
that
tubs
they
for it?
live.
Is that what you told me?
I think it's something
Is that
along
what you were
those
telling
lines.
me in the break?
I think they were looking at water beds so
Water
that they
beds.
could sleep together. I
That's-
think that
yeah.
was their big
Okay.
thing. They want to get water beds for the cabin.
We
That
did get
checks
the official word from Boss Man Jeff. They're at the Mo Lucas charity golf tournament.
Oh, we should probably say that. Then.
Yeah, right. They're actually out doing good things,
Oh.
and I think we should promote that. So.
They're golfing.
Yeah, no selfish hot tub shopping.
Oh, okay.
No,
So
that
they're
might have
out
been before the tournament.
raising money
That's
for
true.
charity.
And if you're getting a hot tub, go inflatable. It's cheaper, and it's
Do you have a hot
perfect.
tub?
I am going to get one, and
You-
the inflatable hot tub for what $300 to $500 depending on where you can get it. That's what I'm going with. You don't
and the
need,
missus are going inflatable. hot tub.
yeah. Once some
Nice.
certain things happen, and we have the room in our house, like either the garage or the side by the fence.
Are you putting it inside?
I've looked at putting it in the garage. Yeah, not
Ooh.
inside the house.
I had a teammate in college who had it in his bedroom.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but then it gets really moldy. That's not cool.
It was very funny until we lit it on fire.
That's-
It was. Look, it was later on at night. It was a bonfire.
Yeah.
He
That
had
is
put it
the-
away in the packaging. We thought it was garbage.
It's one of the worst
Yeah.
ideas
There's a whole
I've ever
thing.
heard in my life.
Do they make them with the clear plastic so you can like get the see-through?
No, it was
plastic out
like a
of them?
raft.
It was
basically,
green.
no?
You've never seen a fatter hot tub than 5 Central Washington offensive linemen. Oh, I was the skinny one at 315. I think we maxed that thing out at about 380.
I mean, were there ever any girls in there, or was it just all you?
We
fat
all had long
linemen?
hair. We had very long hair. If you weren't paying attention and you just came in from behind, you
hey,
would have
what's up,
thought that
lady?
there were some girls
Yikes.
there. They were ugly
Yikes.
girls, but we had long hair. It was very
Did
pretty.
you gentlemen have a chance to pull up the available sports to choose from? Because I don't know that you would know. Do you?
I thought we were guessing. So
Well,
I didn't
yeah, but
pull
you have to
anything.
guess what. Well, yes, I don't want you to find the ones that we've never won, but you do need to know the sports.
Like
Okay.
the list of just what we can play.
Yeah. Because I don't want you guessing, hopscotch when it's not, or Foursquare, which neither are.
Should be.
Well, let's do this. We're already off the clock, so we'll get back on it. You guys pull up your list of available sports. It's always fun to look at it and see what it is, because flag football is coming soon to the Olympics, but it is not an Olympic sport yet. So find your lists, and we'll play the fun new game. Vancouver Ford text line, you're welcome to join in. There are 5 sports the U.S. has never medaled in the U.S. Olympics, and we'll do a little trivia game. We'll do that next. It is Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
All right, welcome back in. Luke Anderson, Will Ortner, Jordan Schultz filling in. The guys are out doing good things for good people at the Maurice Lucas golf tournament. That's where Isaac and Suk are. So they
Not buying hot tubs.
But as far as we know, we've been told that they're out doing good for people. So if anybody said that they were buying hot tubs for their man-on-man hideaway in the woods, I don't know where that came from. But
it's the rumor.
Hey,
around,
listen, I don't know what's
around
going
here.
I'm not paid to know things, so I'm just here to
You're
talk
getting
about
paid for
sports.
Hey.
Ooh, wait, am I?
I'm not.
Dang, let me check. If I'm not back next segment, it will be verified that I'm not getting paid for this. How excited are you for the Olympics? You said you're going to watch it all. Do you have a favorite sport?
Yeah, I'll usually tune into like the track and field. I will get roped into track and field, particularly like
Track?
the sprinting.
Okay, track
That's
more than
gonna-
field.
Yeah, the sprinting's gonna rope me in. Although Usain Bolt isn't doing it anymore, because like my first real Olympics that I remember is 2008 Beijing.
Okay.
So like Usain Bolt, he's been a mainstay. So I usually get into it for Usain Bolt. Not going this year, so I don't know. We'll see. I'll usually end up watching some swimming too. Whatever the main primetime stuff is. I'm sure I'll watch Simone Biles.
Yeah, I'm a swimming guy. I'm a gymnastics guy. And honestly, any of the obscure sports, like in the winter, like they've got that biathlon, which is like Norwegian shooting and skiing at the same time. So any obscure sport,
That's
I'm down
not
for.
obscure. That's fantastic.
Well,
And
it's fantastic.
If I wish I would have trained, if I could go back in time and redo it, I would just train for the biathlon. That would be all I would do.
Be
Just
sick.
shooting and
Speed
cross
walking.
country skiing. It's fantastic. Speed walking. That's a very
Speed walking is a funny one. They look
Oh my gosh,
hilarious, but
just
darn it, they're
absolutely
fast.
ridiculous. All right, so you guys both have your lists up. We're
I
going
have
to see
'em. Yep.
if you
Yes,
can
sir.
figure out the 5 sports. So the U.S. is the favorite to win the most medals in Paris. We are great at everything,
Yes, we
except for 5 sports on that list. We have never medaled. Not won, never
Medaled.
even medaled. In which 5 sports?
Can I start
Jim.
off with a question?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is
Well, there's your question. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah.
Thanks, jerk. So does this include new sports that have just been put into the Olympics this year, or are we talking
What's
just
the
asked
new,
that.
what's the new sport that's in the Olympics this year?
breakdancing, breaking?
Oh, they are doing it for the first
Are they
time this
calling
year.
it just breaking?
I am looking at the list right now. It is
Wow.
called breaking. I was looking for breakdancing and I couldn't find it, but under boxing on the list
Yeah, I
on
see
Olympics.com is breaking.
They've
Yeah,
got a guy doing a
no,
handstand.
that doesn't count.
That's not on the
'cause
list.
There's
Okay,
not been a
thank
medal
because
issued
no
for
one's
it.
medaled in that yet.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you
yeah.
try to stump us.
Rugby sevens.
Rugby sevens.
I don't-
No, that is incorrect.
Wow, I would not have thought that we were good at rugby.
They've medaled?
sevens.
Wow.
Yeah,
And this
well,
is any medal, gold,
this-
silver, bronze.
Look, you're catching along pretty quick here.
Table tennis.
Table tennis is one of the 5 that we have never medaled in. The best finish was making it to the 4th round in women's singles. Is the best we've ever done, and that was in Tokyo. So yes, you are correct.
For sure, never medaled in cricket. For sure, never medaled in
That
cricket.
is incorrect. It's
Oh,
not on my
wow.
list. This list coming
We
to us from
medaled in
Channel 4,
cricket.
NBC 4 in Los Angeles. So, I did not do the research myself, just to
Ooh.
make that very clear.
I'm trying to think of a random one. I mean, like, let's try like archery. Has there been there? Have there been awesome
we're
American
good at
archers?
shooting bow and
We're good at
arrows.
shooting bow and
Come on.
arrows. Okay,
There's
I
a
don't know.
guy, I don't know his name. I couldn't tell you what year this was, but there was a guy that won a gold in archery, and he didn't have enough room to shoot all the distances of his house, so he had to like tell his wife, like, I'm going to open the front door and the back door. Do not walk through the house, and he's shooting his bow through the
Be
house
very
at the
careful.
target in his backyard. I remember this story. It could be something I
That's
dreamt
awesome.
of, but I think I remember that being a true story. So yeah, no, we're fine. We do just fine at archery. Don't worry about that.
Is it going to separate men's and women's soccer? Because women's we for sure medaled, but men's I would not think that we have.
We must have gotten a bronze somewhere. I'm not confident that we won anything, but it is not on my list.
So then we're going like a handball or badminton.
Boom. Handball and badminton
Dang.
both on the list.
Field hockey?
Field hockey not
Dang
on the
it.
list.
Squash?
So the Asian countries dominate at badminton. Badminton is one that you
Badminton's
think we
fun.
could get somebody out there
Right.
to medal in badminton. Same thing with table tennis. Like those
There's a lot
feel
of
like
ping
they
pong
should have
played.
handball. You know who plays a lot of handball and is quite good. Remember former Denver Broncos quarterback Jake Plummer?
Jake
He's
Plummer.
a handball pro, huh?
We had Jake Plummer. We used to do Nigel Burton and I used to do the football show on Thursday nights right here on 1080 The Fan, and we had Jake Plummer on, and all he wanted to do was talk about handball.
Really?
After retiring, him and his brother, I guess, are some fearsome handball team. But
Wasn't trying to sell you his mushrooms as well now?
well, hey, listen, he did not at the time, but hey, maybe he's talked with Suk about that, and they've had a good time with that. But yes, he's very much into handball. But yeah, the fact that the handball feels like something that we can get somebody out there. Like if you
Right.
go Cool Runnings on it. Like you fail at whatever your primary sport is. How hard is it to be the best in the U.S. if we can't win it anymore?
Well, why couldn't we just like find a hockey goalie or a soccer goalie, throw them there, and then let's just get all of the old pitchers and quarterbacks and just be like, this is our handball team. Try and beat us.
Well, so here's the thing that got me on this. Do you know who the favorite is for 3-on-3 basketball?
it's
What, like
not
Australia
us.
or something?
It is not us. That's the right answer. It's not us. How are we not the favorites for 3-on-3 basketball?
Because we can't put actual male pros. I know, like Cameron Brink was on the
We can't
women's
put male pros.
Well, WNBA teams, I'm not so sure. Cameron Brink was going to play, but I don't think there are any NBA players
think Haley-
allowed.
Would you
on
like
the
to?
3-on-3
Would you like
roster.
to know who is on our?
Yeah.
Oh, you're,
3-on-3?
I already
I'm
know the answers.
intrigued.
Will is going to be blown
Is
away.
Stefan Marbury still coming
Not
out of
close,
his
but not
surgeries?
close. Another Chinese basketball player, not Steph.
Jimmer Fredette.
I did
is
know
playing
that.
on that. Also,
did.
Canyon Barry is on the team. This is the grandson of Rick Barry,
Yeah,
Oh.
Mr. Granny
who
Shot.
also shoots underhanded free throws. So we've got a guy out there that shoots underhanded free throws, and
So
we have
it's
Jimmer.
not us.
Yeah, so
I
it's not
can't
us. It's
wait to catch
Serbia
the
is
fever.
the favorite.
Is Jokic
Serbia.
playing in it?
For
The
no,
Serbs? Because
no.
they lost to the U.S. in actual basketball
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah. So
Serbia.
Or earlier this morning, excuse me.
the two other sports that the U.S. has
Squash.
never won a squash. We're good. We're fine, but I don't have the statistics of everything. The other one is rhythmic gymnastics.
You know what? I almost threw that in there, but we're so good at
That's
gymnastics
what I thought,
that I
too.
did not think to throw in rhythmic gymnastics.
Highest finish ever for rhythmic gymnastics is 11th place by Valerie Zimring during the 1984 games, and Laura Zhang in the 2016 games. So we are not
let me
great at
throw
that.
one last guess in. Sailing. I think
You watch your mouth.
Uh,
We
it's-
founded a country based on our sailing.
I'm-
Like we had to cross an ocean to get here. We better be able to win at sailing.
I mean, I'm not saying that we didn't, but I
The-
just feel like there are other countries that are possibly better at it.
No, it is not. It is
Dang
not
it.
sailing. The final one is gymnastics adjacent. So it is three. Well, I was gonna say racket sports, but handball not really a racket sport. But trampoline is the other one. We've never.
Yeah, that
we've
makes
never done
sense.
anything at trampoline. There's been 36 medals, and none of them have gone to the U.S.
Isn't the first world trampoline organized in 1964 for the first championships? When did that even become an Olympic sport? I feel like that's a newer one too.
Best finish, we had sixth place in 2012 and 2020.
First
They
appearance in
told
2000.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
that's
I was gonna
not
say
bad.
it's in Mario and Sonic Olympic Games, so it can't be that old.
Oh,
I just remember it being in that game.
Oh, fantastic! Need to
For the
get a hype check from you guys. I've been hearing a lot about this guy, new dude for the Blazers. Have you heard of Donovan Clingan?
Oh,
Either of
you
guys?
mean the great Kling Kong?
yes, sir. the clinger.
Oh, everybody's pretty on this nickname thing. Is getting a little bit wild. Have you heard? You've heard what the morning guys are.
No, what are they calling it?
Well, you'll find out. We'll use that to start hour 2. So we'll do
Ooh.
it next right here on Primetime. This is 1080 The Fan. It's hour 2. If you missed anything from hour 1, shame on you. Try to be better, but don't worry. Podcasts will be available sooner or later on 1080thefan.com, Odyssey.com. The Odyssey app, you can probably tell your smart speaker. You can probably go down to your local butcher, ask for a nice prime cut of the hour 1 podcast from Primetime. And they'll wrap it up, put a little bow on it, and send you home with it with cooking instructions. So do that.
That would be fantastic if you just went down to the butcher shop, the meat market. You went down to Laurelhurst, and we're
That's
just like,
right.
hey, I'd like a T-bone, and then I'd also like a best of edition of Isaac and Suk from 2010. Please, and
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
need to teach you the rule of 3s. You go, I'll take the T-bone, I'll take some of those sausages, and then the third one is the punchline. Just a little help for you. It's not a big deal. But
I appreciate
the rule of 3s.
I'm
so always
learning.
make it the third one is the joke. So 2 perfectly good examples. And you can make the other ones funnier, too. So you can go, I will... If you still want to stay with T-bone, so I go T-bone. Ooh, give me a fistful of those chicken livers. Funny. And then the third one is, then you go in the whole other way.
Kills it.
Gotcha.
Blood sausage in there or
Just
something.
saying. Yeah,
I'm all
exactly.
for it.
There
we go. Take the liver, the gizzard, and then the best of edition.
I mean,
of-
maybe 1080 could just go full old style Les Schwab back in like the early 2000s and before when they just gave away meat. Wasn't it like every February? It's
That's
meat month at the Les
right.
Schwab side. They stopped doing that long ago. But when you guys talk about, meat with the podcast, like a little cut of fatty meat in there with this podcast. Yeah,
There you
we
go.
can combine those.
get
two.
some podcast meat.
My I had an uncle, a cousin that was in the Marines. My uncle would send him, like jerky, like venison jerky or elk jerky or whatever.
Venison jerky's so good.
Well, here's the problem: you send that with the proper labels on it to a bunch of Marines. It tends to disappear very quickly. So he started just relabeling it as like roadkill jerky, and so one package would be labeled raccoon, and another one would be labeled possum and squirrel and whatever.
That's
and he got to
fantastic.
enjoy his venison jerky much longer doing it that way. So I always found that to be delightful.
It's
So,
fantastic.
yeah, there you go.
I one time found a like online, just messing around, found a black market, like meat market.
Oh yeah,
Crocodile cheaper than you think.
crocodile. I've had
Yeah.
alligator. I've never had crocodile, but alligator's not hard to find. You don't have to go through the black markets to do that. There's
Right.
a place. I went to the coast last weekend. There's a place on there. You can get the alligator,
Ooh.
kangaroo,
That's
all of them.
right.
Oh, yeah,
jerkified.
They
The
all taste like chicken.
the exotic meat store, like in Lincoln City or
Yeah,
wherever.
well,
I know
no, it's not even that far. It's on 26.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you don't even have to. You don't even have to.
Mm.
You don't have to go out of the way. Right on your way to Cannon Beach or Seaside, whatever you're doing. So yeah, piece of cake. Just go grab some exotic meats. And then a couple weeks ago for 4th of July, we're in Yosemite, and it was exotic meats at every store.
No,
So,
I
yeah.
believe that.
Yeah,
They have to though.
But I worked at Skamania Lodge, and we had a group that showed up every year, and that was the guy's thing, was he would get one of the entrees on the buffet would always be some bizarre thing that nobody had ever tried. So one year it was kangaroo, crickets, rattlesnake. Yeah.
Rattlesnake isn't too bad. I've had like frog. I've had frog
Yeah.
before. Did not cook it correctly, but it was
You
fine.
tried to make your own frog.
Well, we
Frog
caught them
legs.
first. Then I think
Gotta
we
season it, bro.
Skinned. Then we. I don't remember. We caught it. It was. It's probably the most Hawkinson thing I've done. Like
Okay.
that, or the shot a rabbit with a BB gun, then tried to cook the rabbit.
Yeah, I think it can be dangerous as well.
Hey,
There are times of year you're not supposed to eat rabbit. I don't know if it's months that end in Y or months that don't end in Y, but there is a thing about eating rabbit.
Yeah. Hey,
There's a whole thing.
Look,
You can you can look it up. Don't look at me like that, Schultz.
I
See,
did
this
know
is a
it's
radio
not
program. If
Shocked,
you-
I've never heard that.
Well,
before.
then use the internet
No,
and see how wrong I am, and you can tell me.
I
But
don't
yeah.
think you're wrong. I
It's a
just you
whole
learn
thing.
something new every day.
But yeah, the only time I had frog was it was a restaurant in LA. They had frog legs on the menu.
Oh,
so I'm
there
like,
you
well, yeah, we're getting that.
Gotta try it. It's the
Yeah.
same thing with like snail. Like if I go to a place and it's like, oh, escargot, yeah, I'm gonna try that.
Never have tried escargot, and I don't know why. And maybe I
'Cause
just
it
haven't
looks like
seen
a
it on the
booger.
menu. Well, yeah, but plenty of things. I've had Rocky Mountain oysters.
I
They're
haven't had
literally
that.
testicles.
Yeah, that's true.
So-
but I'm sure that's good for like testosterone and lifting. Maybe.
I'm out on that.
No.
No,
Oh,
I mean I'm
come
sure
on.
it is, but
It's deep
I'm
fri-
out on
a-
trying
anything
to.
deep fried.
Yeah.
Anything deep fried. Let's go. I mean,
Yeah, it all has the same texture after
Yeah.
being fried, right?
yeah. All right. So you said you had not heard the nickname that the boys in the morning
I've
are trying
not.
to push. Schultze, have you heard the nickname that they're trying to go with? So you went Kling Kong.
Yep, love.
I
Kling
believe
Kong.
Schultze went Klinger.
I said Klinger, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
The guys in the morning. I was thinking something from the singer Donovan would be a good one to throw out there because I believe he does Sunshine Superman or Mellow Yellow.
Ooh.
or the hurdy-gurdy man, but I don't know that any of those would catch on because those are some deep cuts from the 1960s, I believe. So I don't think any of those are going to fly. But the morning show, Dirt and Sprague, right here on 1080 The Fan, also available on the Odyssey app and your smart speakers. Tell it to play 1080 The Fan and pop right up on there. But they're going with the block lobster because he is from Maine.
Oh, see,
So
but
the
you got to be.
block lobster.
See, it's fine.
Okay.
And I get it. Like, he's out here dominating Summer League with his blocks. I want to say he's averaging 4.5. He's leading all
4.5 or 5 blocks. Yeah, he's
of the defensive players in the Summer League in blocks, and he's leading in rebounds, which is fantastic. Love that from a big man.
Sure.
Just stay far away from Dance Dance Revolution. But the best main nickname is already out there.
Which-
Cooper Flag is the main event.
the main
event. It doesn't get any better than that.
It doesn't do it for me. I mean,
Oh, you don't like the main event?
Doesn't ruffle my skirt.
That's
Sorry.
my favorite one.
it's fine.
It's a great nickname.
Yeah. Well, listen.
I mean, it's the answer or the truth.
Yeah. There you go. It's the best one from Maine. I guess.
Right.
That's how you categorized it. So I should have been like, oh yeah, that's a great one. I'm having a hard time trying to think of other Maine nicknames. But yeah, the main event. And wasn't somebody the main event?
Not that I know of.
I feel like somebody already has that nickname.
The main event.
I mean, Brandon Roy was the answer. The main event's already that had to be out there like in the 80s. Come on.
Yeah.
I did not realize he was the answer.
Brandon Roy?
Wasn't Allen Iverson the answer?
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
no,
what's the
sorry.
question? Was it practice?
Thank you.
There you go.
I'm thinking of the natural. Sorry, Brian Wheeler called Brandon Roy the natural, and I just
What
screwed
was
that
it?
up.
Jermaine Lewis went
with the answer
by
and Allen Iverson.
the stage name main event.
There you go.
That's
But he's from
where that's from.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah,
so
well,
that doesn't count.
Again, well, listen, the spelling is critical in that this is radio, and so nobody's seeing the spelling. So, we can go take it or leave it. So, what is your impression other than great on defense? Like, what's your expectation for Donovan Clingan going into the year? Do you want him to be good, or do you want a shot at Cooper Flag?
Well,
Do we have a nickname for that where it's lag for flag?
It's capture the flag.
Capture the
or-
flag.
Yeah,
Capture
that
the
would-
flag.
I think that's the best one out there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, those
well,
are
but
good
it's
ones.
it's like because it was suck for luck and
right, great one.
Draft the stash way back in the day.
Yeah, but like capture the flag. It's
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
It's not like amazing.
I say
mean,
lag for flag. That's
lag-
why I say, yeah.
Great. Those
Okay.
are both
Okay.
good. With Clingan, I think you kind of want to see the same thing that you saw with Scoot this last year. I mean, you'd like a little bit more than what you saw with Scoot, right? But I felt like at the end of the year,
He was better than he was at the beginning of the
I
year.
saw clear growth.
Yep.
And he got to play more. He got a lot of playing time when he wasn't hurt. And so I felt like you saw some growth there. It would have been nice to have Shaden along for the ride more this last season. And so I'm not to the point where I'm saying it's a complete lost season like some people have said.
Yeah.
With the growth of Shaden and with the growth of Scoot. But I do feel like there was some meat left on the bone. So when I'm looking at Clingan now, what I want to see is I want to see him dominate defensively. I want to see him get after it on the boards. And then as the season goes, I want him and Scoot and Shaden to find some kind of chemistry on the offensive end because it's not going to go amazing at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you can show me month after month that they continue to improve. And by the end of the year, we're still looking at a 22-23 win team. We're looking at a team that's going to have a spot, a decent odds chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. But you've seen growth in your 3 young pillars. I think that's all you can ask for. Be great defensively and let the offense come as the season goes.
All right. So basically what you're looking for is any indication that this could be your core moving forward.
Yeah, I kind of think that's what you want.
I mean, that's kind of what you want.
you
And
need-
then you want to see Joe Cronin make some moves. But I'm
Mhm.
gonna throw it out there. I mean, this is dominating defensive performances,
Right.
great rebounding, doesn't care about the offensive end. This reminds you of any other back-to-back NCAA champions, played big man, won back-to-back, when in the NBA, not caring about offense, not caring about his own stats, defense, and rebounding.
Talking about Verjao? Or not Verjao, the other curly-haired dude. You're talking about the Chicago... Joakim Noah.
How about Bill Russell? Come on. How about 11 championships the next 13 years? Huh? Can we get that going?
There you go.
Huh? Blazers fans, get excited.
Way different era, but that's still,
Wait.
the energy still excites me. The skills still excite me.
No, but
different era.
Joakim Noah was a Defensive Player of the Year. He was a two-time All-Star. He was defense first. He was rebounding.
A big deal
He
in
was.
those Derrick
I mean,
Rose
if you look at
Chicago
his,
Bulls
but yeah, if
teams.
you look at his numbers when he was in Chicago, I mean, would you be happy if Klingon ended up being Joakim Noah?
Yeah. You're telling me I get a big who is a defensive stopper. Now, his issue is going to be he might be one of the best defensive players in the league. Like, let's say he continues on this path like he has in Summer League and he becomes one of these great defensive players. He's going to have to go up against Victor Wembanyama every year. He's probably not going to win a bunch.
But is Wembanyama going to be playing on the block?
No, but what Wembanyama can do.
Well, I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. But he also what he can do. Oh, you're saying for Defensive Player of the Year.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
I can understand that. But
so if you told me I get an all NBA defensive player, he's on one of the teams. I don't care if it's first, second, or he's an honorable mention. If he's in the conversation for 5, 6, 7 years of his career. He's a great defensive player. He gets into a couple all-star games because of either him being able to just sneak on as a reserve or there's some injuries, so he gets in that way. And offensively, you're not a liability. You can do a couple things. We can start to use you in the pick and roll, and all of a sudden there becomes some kind of chemistry between Klingon and Scoot. I think that's what you want out of Donovan Klingon. I don't think you come in here and say, well, hopefully he turns into someone that we all say, well, he should have been the number 1 overall pick in his draft. He
probably should have been the number 2 overall pick ahead of Alex Sarr, based on what we saw.
He shut him down. Sarr went out there and threw a Tony Snell game. It was bad.
It was not great, Bob.
Bad.
Yeah. But the idea that he can be, a factor on the defensive end. When was the last time the Blazers had a great defender? Priority 1, great defender.
All they cared about? Not in my lifetime. Not that I can really think of.
And have any of them been 7'2" with a 7'7" wingspan?
That can get out and
he can
decently
run.
He can decently move.
Dude, for a 7'2" guy,
yep,
he runs well. Like,
right.
Because I've heard a lot of that. Like, I don't want to say he's a great athlete. At that size, kind of is.
Right, and he's only going to get better.
He's 20 years old.
Right, he's going to grow into it more.
Yeah, I mean, Schultz is poo-pooing it. It's Bill Russell.
It's
Bill Russell. Different era.
No, Donovan Klingon. Hey, I'm very
Grateful Dead.
I'm very excited about the skill, and not just like
Chauncey Billups is Red Auerbach. I mean, let's be honest.
Not just like the obvious ability on the defensive end, but he really. I mean, he's a max effort player, and I see all kinds of kids coming out of college that just don't give 110% on the court. Maybe that's just not their style of play. That is Klingon's style of play. He is always trying to do anything he can to get the win. I love that. He needs to shoot better, though. And in this league, Bill Russell would need to. Sorry, I'm thinking of
Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert, thank you. Yes, reigning Defensive Player of the Year, still hits threes, right? In this league, you have to hit threes.
Does he?
Yeah, he stretches out the offense or the defense. Yes, he does.
What was Rudy Gobert's shooting percentage last year? I'm going to need something to back that up.
It's not good.
Rudy Gobert shoots threes. Rudy Gobert basketball reference ratio.
Okay, I was wrong. He stopped shooting threes 5 years ago.
What's
3-point shooting percentage 0.0000000. According to this, since 2013, I don't think he's ever made a 3-pointer in the NBA.
I must be thinking a cat then, but
you're thinking a cat.
But a 7-footer, I guess.
Yeah, but they had Cat, and they had to go and trade for Rudy Gobert because they didn't have a defensive stopper on the inside.
The Blazers don't have either of those, and they haven't had either of those for years.
Well,
so.
I'm cool with just the defensive stopper right now.
Yeah.
Just give me the defensive stopper. I'm totally okay if that's what he turns into, because he's not going to be the number 1 probably, right? We can all be okay with that. But you know what I would love? I would love someone that went in Ben Wallace style and was just like, hey, I'm going to be a lockdown defender. Yes. And anyone who comes near the rim, I'm going to stop them. And that's something that you haven't had in Portland in my lifetime, and I'm 26 years old.
Yeah, and if you're rebounding the ball, you're going to get offensive rebounds, and you're going to, by just proxy of where you collect the ball,
Yep.
whether it's on pick and roll or offensive rebounds, you're going to get 8 to 10 points a game without trying.
Right. Make people scared to
Yeah.
come in the paint
Yeah.
when they're on offense.
And
Make
then you
them
can
at
knock
least
down a
think
12,
about
18 footers
Mhm.
and add that, you could easily score 15 points a game doing that.
it. Right.
Just doing that. And if you can get having offensive weapons around, it's kind of been harped on ad nauseum. Wait till he's playing with NBA players. Well, it's going to be harder to defend NBA players
Yep.
too. So to just say like, oh, if he does this on defense, the offense will take care of itself because he's playing with NBA players. Well, he'll also be playing against them.
Right.
But to Schultz's point, the max effort part of it, and a guy that comes out of a system where he won in college and knows what it takes to do the little things. I don't know if you heard the press conference after the second summer league game, where he's like, "Well, first game had a couple moving screens, and I knew that I did better. I focused on my screening going into game 2, sitting there
it.
watching
Yeah.
tape, doing that." And the problem has always been when you get a bunch of guys that are air quotes scorers out there trying to figure out how many basketballs that are on a court, and there's not a single guy out there that isn't trying to get his, and you can rotate that guy in where he's just like, let me take care of this. You got Robert Williams, who's a good defender on the team, who is probably going to teach him a little bit about playing in the NBA, even from the chair where he's resting his knee. He's only going to get better because he's the guy that wants to learn. So this, to me, all good signs. But at the same time, everybody that says that last year was a lost season for the Portland Trail Blazers because they lost, they're still going to be terrible. Do we all realize that?
Which is what we want.
And what you're supposed to be.
You want
this
them
is
to be
what
bad.
rebuilding looks like. Because everybody was complaining, we just can't have any more years of this mediocrity where we just get to the first round and lose, get to the second round and lose. Well, you better hope they're bad again. So
want 'em
hopefully he's not Bill Russell.
And I'm totally stupid, right? I'm totally dumb for saying that Rudy Gobert shoots threes. Thank you to the text line for pointing that out. I will say my point still stands with like other guys in the top 5 of Defensive Player of the Year voting. Victor Wembanyama, Anthony Davis shoot threes.
Yeah.
There are centers that shoot threes in the NBA. Klingon, as we heard from Chauncey Billups, apparently has this hidden shooting ability that he didn't have to use at UConn.
Did he make one last night?
Yeah, I think he hit like 1 of 2 or 3 the other night. I don't know about last night, so I'm not sure.
So he's already made more NBA 3-pointers than Rudy Gobert.
Probably. Well, technically no, because
I'm
it's
looking
summer
at Basketball
league,
Reference.
so-
It says, well, that's true, but 0, 0, 0, 0. 3-pointers, 0 in a 9-year career.
You need more often than not.
Oh, I'm
you
sorry,
need-
a 11-year career.
You need a big man that can also shoot 3-pointers. The exception to that rule in the NBA is few and far between. Rudy is the exception to that rule. I think another one is like maybe Bam Adebayo. That's probably it as far as big guys that aren't shooting as much.
Well, again, but you don't need to follow the model. If you can find a spot that works for you and you can make it work on the team got better by drafting him at number
You're
7.
right.
That's what you really need.
That's all we want.
And they got better not tomorrow, where it's not as important, but by virtue of having a guy that's 20 years old, you hopefully got better for the future. And when everybody, if these 3 guys, Shaden, Scoot, and Klingon, show you flashes and they do develop together in 4 or 5 years, they can be the core of a team that can make a deep playoff run, because hopefully you're still going to be adding pieces around them. But dude, just watching like one clip of Cooper Flag playing against the
US
Olympic
national team. Yeah.
dude, come on.
He's awesome.
Yeah, dude, that would be a pick, and I mean, I'm sure that the Wemby draft will probably. I don't know that you'll ever get another chance at a guy like that, but Cooper Flag next year feels very much like it's a no-brainer number 1 overall pick, and whoever gets them is going to be a changed franchise for the immediate future and the long-term future. So we'll see what happens with the Blazers, but Donovan Klingon looking good so far. Do you want to talk about your buddy Nick Saban?
I would love to talk about Nick Saban.
Nick Saban made his picks for who he thinks is going to win the SEC. And it didn't land too well with his former Alabama team players, but it didn't land that badly either. His coaching is still taking effect on them. We'll talk about that next. This is Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Thanks to our
a Rudy Gobert 3 right
Well,
there. Holy cow.
That's also a classic football coach saying of like, don't read your press
Yeah.
clippings. They're gonna say bad things. They're gonna say good things. Just
And they're both
tune
wrong.
it all out.
Yeah.
And Booker comes right back at
Love
him,
it.
just like, hey, guess what? You're that guy now, and I'm not listening to you.
Well, and it's one of those moves too, though. Like, is he trying to endear himself to somebody by not picking Alabama, or is he dumping on DeBoer?
I saw the interview that they had with DeBoer at the desk. I think he hates him.
Oh, wait.
Saban hates
Kalen DeBoer?
He was just staring daggers at him the whole time. It looked like he left Alabama, but it looked like, you know, when you date someone for a little bit and you break up with them and you don't care that they have a new girlfriend or new boyfriend or whatever.
Yeah.
You don't care about that, but you're still not going to like them. Even though you're the one who chose to leave, that's exactly what it looks like. Like, he is upset that his old girlfriend got a new boyfriend, even though the new boyfriend sucks compared to him.
Well, and here's the other thing too is he bought the wardrobe that his girlfriend is wearing.
Yep.
He helped her get some cosmetic surgeries
Right.
or whatever it was she needed.
Got the
the
lip
car
filler.
she's driving it's probably purchased by him. Alabama, because when he went to Alabama, it was nowhere near where it is now.
No, they were a dumpster fire back then.
Well, I don't know if I would say dumpster fire because he left LSU.
They were an afterthought.
He left LSU better than they were to go to Alabama because they had the history, and obviously they were willing to pay him. So they weren't. I don't know that I would go that far, but they were not a perennial power, and they were certainly not the favorite to win it every single year.
Right.
That took him a little bit of time, but it had the bones because it had all of the.
Well, it was great under Bear Bryant.
Sure.
And you're in the South, and
it had the community. It had everything that you needed.
right.
To like. Again, he left LSU, so there was a reason for that. But you're absolutely right that it's looking back at it and just going like, this is what I left behind, and this guy just gets to waltz in there because he had one good year with another guy's players at Washington. Yeah, I'd hate the guy too. I'm on Saban's side on this one. I mean, I'm not a Washington fan, and I don't know much about Kalen DeBoer except for he had a great year last year. But that wasn't his crew that went in there and just absolutely dominated college. He didn't recruit all those wide receivers,
No.
the talent that he had. I mean, he had something to do with Penix coming over, I believe. But yeah, it was.
He helped get Penix, but for the most part, DeBoer, and I'm not saying DeBoer is a bad coach. Like,
No.
He's gone out, and I believe he's like right around 10 losses as a head coach.
Sure.
He can clearly coach.
Especially on the offensive side.
The question is can he build a power that will have longevity?
Oh, sure.
Because you haven't
Yep.
seen it,
Yeah.
right? And so I just think that there's a part of Saban, like, even though he clearly wanted to retire, it was his choice. He wasn't forced out. If he wanted to coach on the sidelines in Alabama until he died, they would have
of
let
course.
him.
Absolutely.
But he did not like DeBoer, and I almost wonder if there's a little bit of a shot there of like, you guys aren't better without me. Like,
Well, yeah.
I'm the reason.
Well,
you were
yeah,
successful.
there's no way that he wants them to win, especially right away, because then it just goes, it goes to the idea that anybody can win in Alabama, which again, like you said, they were not a powerhouse coming into it, and then the idea that that Kalen DeBoer was the hot coach at the moment. He had
Right.
one good run. I mean, in Division I college football, in the Power 5 level, he had one good run.
He had two. He had a year where he took UW to a national title game, and he had another year where he put them on the map.
Sure.
That's what he did.
But one good run.
And
That's
Right.
one
Right.
cycle of players. He had one quarterback. He didn't put together the thing by himself. So like for that to be the decision versus going out and getting a Saban guy or getting somebody that had longevity and keep taking care of it. I don't know what Saban would hate worse. They win right away without him, or they fall apart without him.
Well,
Because I think both are bad.
the easy sell is if you win right away. Well, those are my guys.
Well, sure.
You immediately going, well, we've never seen what DeBoer's done. Like, those are my guys.
Yeah, but
DeBoer's been
DeBoer would get the
successful.
credit too.
Right. DeBoer has been successful everywhere he's gone. I'm not poo-pooing on that.
But give me his stops. real quick.
Right. He was in Indiana. Then he was the OC in Indiana. He becomes the head coach at Fresno State. He has a good year there. Remember, they almost beat Oregon in the first game of the season when he was over there. Then he goes to UW. He's there for 2 years, and now he's at Alabama.
I'm just saying that ain't much.
It's quick.
It's being good everywhere and then being everywhere for a long time. I mean, it's.
We'll see. We're gonna find out because
I know.
there's nowhere really to go.
It will be interesting to see what happens. But I do love the idea that now, as a pundit, the first comments back from a player are, "Yeah, we were told not to listen to guys like that from Saban, so we will not be listening to you,
Beautiful.
Nick Saban." Great response. Hey, we need to get to some in the news. Very exciting.
Oh boy,
very exciting holidays today. I don't know if you've peeked ahead, but I'm really excited about that. First, we have to get to this Sports Center update.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, Team USA getting ready for the Paris Olympics with another exhibition game this morning. They beat Serbia 105-79. Puts them at 3-0 in preparation games for the Olympics. Steph Curry leading the way with 24. Bam adding 17. Ant contributing 16. LeBron added 11 as well. The Americans now headed to London for their final 2 ramp-up games before moving on to France. Elsewhere, The Athletic reporting that Milwaukee Bucks forward Chris Middleton having successful arthroscopic surgeries on both of his ankles earlier in the offseason. He is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. And the WNBA is reportedly going to be receiving a collective $2.2 billion as a part of that new media rights deal the NBA just signed with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon Prime Video over the next 11 seasons. The total there was $74.6 billion. And the Open Championship getting going tonight at Royal Troon in Scotland. Justin Leonard, Todd Hamilton, and Jack McDonald teeing off at 10:35 Pacific. Rory McIlroy getting going at 2:09 a.m. Former Duck Wyndham Clark and Brooks Koepka at 6:26. Tourney favorite Scotty Scheffler teeing off at 7:10 a.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Portland Perks. Lead the driving to fun tours for your next adventure. Wine tasting tours, bachelorette or bachelor parties. They'll get your group to its destination in style. Save 40% off reservation for up to 11 people. A limited quantity is available at this special rate at portlandperks.com.
Hiking, biking, swimming, boating, golfing, whatever you love to do, summer is so much better after King LASIK frees you from the hassle of glasses and contacts. Hey, it's Isaac Ropp urging you to start enjoying life with perfect, clear, natural vision from King LASIK. My procedure was pain-free, over in minutes, and saw 20/20 the next day. This month, you'll save $1,000. Plus, get 0% financing for 24 months OAC, which means King LASIK is just $188 a month. The King LASIK team is the most experienced in the Northwest. They have over 250,000 procedures. Their experience, convenient Saturday procedures, and affordability make now the best time to go to King LASIK and see life better. Again, save $1,000 this month, 0% financing for 24 months OAC, and payments are just $188 a month. Make this your best summer of fun and do what I did. Go to King LASIK. Free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. kinglasik.com.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Chehalem Glen Golf Course in beautiful wine country out in Newburgh, Oregon. One of the best courses in the region and just a short drive from Portland, Chehalem Glen is the ultimate test, even for the most seasoned golfer. With rolling
All right, ladies and gentlemen, very exciting moment. It is time for In the News. I'm your Action News reporter with all the news that is news across the nation, Luke Anderson with me. Do you have a title, Mr. Ortner?
Weekend weatherman.
Weekend weatherman, filling in at the desk with me, Will Ortner, and Schultze can chime in if he chooses to. But do you need a title? I don't know how we're doing this. You want a title?
I was a real newsman at one point. So.
Okay, but you're not now. You're a pretend newsman. You want a fake title? Executive producer Jordan Schultz behind the glass.
Brick Tamblin. How about that?
There you go. Today, you know what? I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this website, realizing that I have filled in on July 17th before.
Ooh.
I know.
Deja vu.
Well, I'm just looking at it. Today, National Hot Dog Day. How do you feel about hot dogs? Did they take part in your first heartburn this weekend?
They took a large part in my heartburn. The dumb part was that I kept eating them. I had like 2 or 3 and was like, every bite hurts. It won't stop. Help.
But this hot dog's not going to eat itself.
Yeah, you still keep going.
I had to have food.
That's another part of being old. You eat through the heartburn. You finish it up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mama didn't raise no quitter.
Well, here's the other thing. If you're eating a hot dog later today, it gives you heartburn. I don't know if it helps, but it sounds like it might. National Peach Ice Cream Day today.
Ooh, not gonna be put on my list. But you know what?
No?
A peach crisp with vanilla ice cream.
Ooh, now you're talking. Yeah, peach cobbler.
There we go.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's Open Championship weekend, but isn't the peach ice cream the ice cream sandwich served at the Masters at Augusta for what, like $1.50, $2? Peach ice cream sandwich.
They keep it very cheap. I don't know the flavors.
Everything's cheap, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, because it's Georgia, peaches. So
it makes
that
sense.
would make sense. Yeah,
I have not been and I've
would
not
make
had
sense.
one, but that does sound delightful. Also, National Tattoo Day.
Ooh.
Celebrated on the 17th of July.
Team Tat.
No tats for you, no tats for me.
No tats.
Schultze, got any sweet back tats that you keep hidden?
No back tats. I have one on my calf. It's just like a silhouette of a jazz singer on stage. But
There you go.
if you only see the bottom half, it looks like a golfer. But that's impossible because I am terrible at golf.
That's right. That's right. You
possible
got the
to-
crooner.
It's
right?
possible to have a tattoo that is not that you're not proud of. That is something I know more than one person that they're like, oh yeah, ignore that tattoo. I got it when I was drunk or when I was young or when I was dumb or both.
Yeah,
That's
Oh
fair.
yeah. I remember in high school, a bunch of dudes used to get the old stick and poke.
I'm sorry, the what now?
The stick and poke tattoos. You'd take like the stick and I'll figure out how they did it. But basically, they would
They'd make their
tattoo
own
themselves.
tattoo. Oh, yeah.
They tattooed themselves.
Smart. That's a smart thing to do. It is also World Emoji Day. I have a weird thing where I don't use emojis, and
Use a lot.
yeah, I don't know when I decided to do this, but now I'm too far into it that I've never used emojis. And so if somebody sends me a thumbs up and I want to reply with also a thumbs up, I just type out the words thumbs up.
Oh,
I
right.
still do. I don't know
That's
why.
pretty funny.
It's
That's a good bit.
What, is it because I'm old? I just
No,
do,
that's
it's
a
just-
good
It's a
bit.
bit. Yeah,
That's
so
a
it's
good bit.
So I'll go smiley face, side tongue, whatever, or eggplant, whatever I need to send back. Wait, yeah.
Eggplant.
Yeah. Well,
Throw in a peach.
whatever. Exactly. Peach, eggplant. Let's go.
I mean, it sounds like a bit, but it's something that old people do because they don't know how to save time.
That's a bit.
yeah.
I'll take extra time to spend the time to do that. It is also National Yellow Pig Day.
Yellow pig.
Yellow.
Yellow Pig. It was started by 2 Princeton mathematicians. We went through this on the 17th last year. I don't need to do it. And then it's also Wrong Way Corrigan Day. Those were the 2 that reminded me that I've done this day before.
That's how you knew.
Some guy named Corrigan just decided to take his ship the wrong way in long direction on a cloudy night. So we celebrate him today. So those are the
Whoopsies.
holidays for today. You have any news stories that you want to dive into, or Schultze? Think of them now. We will come back. I've got a couple interesting headlines. We had a teen arrested for tagging, first time maybe in the last
Did he not freeze?
4 years at least. And then we've got how many fires were caused by fireworks this year in Portland. So I will have the answers to those things. And then if you guys got anything, we'll do it when In the News continues. This is Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Honestly, it's a surreal experience. I mean, hanging out with all those guys in the clubhouse and talking with them, I feel like I've said this a lot, but you're supposed to be rivals with guys like Judge and Soto and Gunnar, but they're such good guys, man. It's going to be hard to play against them and have to be mean to them when we play them.
As Jaron Durrani is talking about, just hanging out at the All-Star game, that is what it's turned into, unfortunately. The game not quite as good as the experience for the players. But do you really play head-to-head when you play somebody in baseball? I need to hate the guy at shortstop.
Well, no, not really.
Not sure that's required.
But he had a hell of a home run.
Yeah. Hey.
Bryce Miller doesn't want to face Mason, so no.
Well, listen.
Or Bryce Harper doesn't want to face Mason.
Yeah, well, he didn't mention a pitcher in there that I can think of the entire time that he was talking. The window into sports on the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, plus pay nothing with no interest for a full 2 years. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Built for
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in the middle of In the News. Luke Anderson filling in for Isaac, filling in for Suk is Will Ortner. No Ryan Buckley today. We've got Jordan Schultz instead. So we are bringing you headlines from around the area. I've got a couple. So if you paid attention to what was going on in Portland, the Banfield Interstate 84 was closed down to clean up graffiti.
Thank God.
How nice. Well,
Super nice.
yeah, well,
They just made a big graffiti bust about a month or two ago, too.
yeah, well, now they are actually enforcing graffiti. So Portland police ended up arresting a teen for tagging the retaining wall near the old Gordon Fireplace building in Northeast Portland. Approximately 1:30 a.m., officers responded to suspicious activity in the area on Northeast Broadway and 33rd. When they arrived, they saw people spray painting, and they arrested them. So not only are they cleaning it up, they're enforcing it. Let's go, Portland.
Got him.
That's a felony. And I would hope that, I know they don't have all like these just unlimited resources, but I would hope that they just are able some nights to stick a car where they just cleaned up so they could maybe just kind of keep an eye on this. Because that's literally what you have to do at this point.
Yeah. If you want to get things cleaned up, there's one way to do it, and that's to actually put in the effort.
Yeah.
So, but they're doing it. So
most of the time,
see how
people
long it
will
lasts.
stop.
Yeah.
When they get arrested.
All right. So let me find the number. Care to guess how many fires were started by fireworks in Portland this 4th of July?
What is all of them?
11.
So Portland Fire and Rescue responded to a total of 38 fires on the 4th of July this year, but only 14 of them were found to be caused by fireworks.
Okay. That's not bad.
Well, it's not great either, though.
It's less than half.
That means 24 fires were started by people doing other stupid things.
But it wasn't fireworks.
So,
but it wasn't fireworks.
Okay. Well, maybe we should go through each of the other instances and decide how many of those. Here's the nice news. If just looking at this chart, 2021, there were 14 other fires. There was one structure fire. Last year, only 5 other fires in 2022, 5 other fires. 3 vehicle fires and 2 structure fires. Last year, there was 40 other fires, 2 vehicle fires, and 4 structure fires. And this year, all the fires fell into the other category, according to this lovely fires caused by fireworks. And this is from June 23rd to July 6th. And that number was 29 total fires. So it did go up if we had the whole area, but much better than last year.
Hey, and you know what? As someone who's been shot a couple times with fireworks, just be smart with them. You don't need to start shooting them off at 6, and don't shoot them in the woods.
Can we? This is what I would like to do. Can we just make a big campaign and just go, hey guys, I know fireworks are awesome, and I love this country, and there's no better way to celebrate our coming to America by shooting off Chinese explosives into the sky.
Right.
USA.
USA.
But let's come up with something creative for the 4th of July. Let's move all the fireworks to New Year's Eve. Can we do that?
I don't know. Oh, you're saying because then stuff won't catch on fire?
Stuff won't catch on fire, but here's the other reason. It gets dark way earlier, so you can start shooting them off at 6, and it's dark.
There you go.
I lived in Hawaii for 1 year. On New Year's Eve, they lit up more fireworks than I've ever seen in my life. You could barely get down the street. There was so much smoke from the fireworks.
Yeah.
But especially around here,
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
We'll put off one public, but we're not going to sell any fireworks to you idiots during burn season.
Mm-hmm.
The city will take care of the fireworks on the 4th of July. You can blow your fingers off to start the new year.
Pull a Jason Pierre-Paul, yeah.
Exactly. I
you
don't
know what I mean?
hate that. That's a good idea.
Because I know everybody wants to buy fireworks. I'm not saying we stop buying fireworks, and we
Right.
want the fireworks on the 4th of July. Let's let the pros do it on the 4th of July. And then, it's a free-for-all on New Year's Eve. It's probably raining.
Mm-hmm.
It gets dark earlier. You can start them off. Everybody's staying up past midnight. Because here's the other 4th of July one that always gets you. The 2 a.m. where the guy's like, hey, I found those mortars we were looking for. And now your dog
Light
is
'em off,
yelping
yeah.
across the
Yeah,
whole
that's
neighborhood.
never good.
And everybody's getting woken up. You can do that on New Year's Eve. You get carte blanche.
That's right.
You can start at 4:30 when it gets dark, and you can go until 4:30 the next morning. You get 12 hours of blowing
And
stuff
no
up.
one has to work the next day. Like
come on!
I was in the
I'm
station at 4:30 working.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I might get behind
Okay.
that.
That's my platform. I'm not saying we have to get rid of them altogether, but let's the fireworks stands go away and they start on my birthday, June 28th. They open up. You buy all you want, whatever. Let's open them up day after Christmas.
Boom.
Your grandma gives you cash for Christmas, and
Open
you
'em up.
walk outside and there's a fireworks stand open.
I'd blow up so much stuff.
Dude,
Safely,
there you go.
of course.
Yeah, Boxing Day. Let's go. What'd you get for Christmas? We'll try the rule of threes.
Right, here we go.
Okay.
I'm excited.
I got the NES Entertainment System.
Ooh.
I got Teddy Ruxpin.
Ooh.
And I blew off 3 of my fingers. Come
Perfect.
on.
Perfect.
Come on. There's your holiday. Let's go. Final story. Who's not excited about this? The world's largest flower is expected to bloom for the 3rd time.
Where is this flower?
Yeah.
This flower,
Curious.
the Titan Van Coog, as it's known, lives on the Vancouver campus of Wazoo. This is the University of Vancouver's Science and Engineering Building, and it is a giant corpse flower. So along with being the largest unbranched flower plant in the world, the corpse flower also reeks. It smells like death, hence the name, the corpse flower, because when it blooms, it smells like dead flesh.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go see that.
First time it bloomed was 2019. This is only the 3rd time it will bloom, so if you'd like to go and see it, you know what, just go on the Wazoo Vancouver website. I'm sure you can figure it all out there.
Nope.
Why does this exist?
What's that?
Why does this exist?
Why not?
God, probably?
Why? I don't think
Well,
that.
I'm not going that philosophy.
If it's in the Science and Engineering Building, I imagine there's some modifications going on.
Oh, some dude who wants to be God?
like experiment or something. Yeah.
Some dude that wants to be God.
Well, that's all of us. Isn't
All
it?
right.
No, Bruce Almighty didn't really work for him.
No.
Don't want to be God.
I want less responsibility.
I want no responsibility.
That's the ultimate goal. But the only way to get to no responsibility, slowly be given less responsibility.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, it is.
You know what? We're responsible for hour 3 though.
Can't wait.
It's coming right up. We've got the Hot 5 of 5. That's how we'll start things off. That's going to be outstanding. We haven't gotten to the list of the next 2,500 best players according to ESPN, which has you furious. Just heard in my ear that they have simulated the Civil War, and we know how it will end. NCAA football. This is a big deal. This video game. When was the last time it came out? 2014.
2014.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's been 10 years since we've had EA NCAA football. Well, it's back, and it's predicting games. So we know we don't. If you were thinking about going down to Corvallis to watch this year's edition of the Civil War, you don't have to. We have the results in hour 3. We'll do it next. It is Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Dusty here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is hour 3 of Primetime. Luke Anderson filling in with Will Ortner and Jordan Schultz. Two-thirds of your crew will be back tomorrow, Buckley and Sook. I don't know if anybody's joining them, but time will tell. And then Isaac rounds out the full crew on Friday. They are apparently playing golf and not shopping for accessories for their special hideout in the woods.
Word on the street, though.
Yeah? What are they saying on the street? You're hip and you're with it.
That's right.
I am old, apparently, because I don't use emojis, according to Schultze. So what are the young people saying?
The word on the street is, the rumor through the grapevine, possible secret cabin hideaway.
See, they're getting drapes.
That's right. They're buying things. Well, look, everyone knows that they're basically an old married couple at this point.
Yeah.
When those two have been together pretty much.
If
almost,
you know what I mean.
I was like a kindergartner, I think, when they got together.
Like 20 years, man.
20 years? Yeah, I'm 26. So kindergarten, first grade, that's how long they've been together. I guarantee that they have a secret hideaway cabin.
There's this new show on Roku that I've noticed, just a season of it called Cabin Masters, and it is based here in Oregon. It's a business out of Sisters, Oregon, and these two are basically they build cabins around the backwoods of Oregon for other people that want like these little secret hideaways. And I wonder if Isaac and Sook maybe hit them up.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, if you're gonna wonder, you might as well just say it. I mean,
you're laughing at me, by the way, for watching that. That's a good show. It's fun.
Wait, that was the first time anybody's ever said I saw a new show on Roku. I didn't even know they were had programming. I don't have a Roku, so
I watched a movie on Roku.
I know things broadcast on Roku, but was it a Roku production?
You sound even older than I thought that you actually were, because there are no limit now to where you can find. There's no limit to where you can find programming now.
Well, okay. My question is it like so? Hulu has Hulu programming.
This is a Roku.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, they started doing it. Yeah,
I know that Roku is a thing. I didn't say I've never heard of Roku. I just don't happen to have a Roku, so I didn't know they were creating their own content.
Well, and it's weird because the movie that I watched, the guy just made it free, so I watched it. Like, I'm not paying for Roku. He just made his whole skit series on YouTube and then was like, Roku's going to pay me to make a movie, and now I'm going to make it free.
There you go. Okay.
Well,
so
I mean, they've actually been diving into this stuff for quite a while, because they
get baseball, right?
Are
they getting a game?
I think Roku's getting a game, but what I was talking about was that NFL Draft: The Pick Is In documentary. Remember where they followed the Dallas Cowboys? I'm surprised none of you have even heard what I'm talking about.
The Roku original?
Last summer. It was a Roku original, but last summer after the NFL Draft, they had a really cool, I think it was an hour-and-a-half documentary of just, the process of a team following Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys through the draft. I mean, Roku was on it. It was pretty cool.
All right.
I'm all for it.
Call me old. Had no idea that Roku was in the I just thought they were the hardware.
Yeah, it's not like Vizio or, whatever, Samsung.
Yeah.
RCA, whatever.
All right.
Maybe I just read our
Don't buy a Mitsubishi TV and then a Mitsubishi car. Just don't do it, okay?
Why do they have some weird Bluetooth sync where you press the gas and it changes the channel?
No, I just don't trust a company that makes TVs and cars. That makes no sense to me. Pick one. You're probably not good at either.
Yeah, but isn't everything now owned by 5 companies?
Yeah.
Well, that's fair.
Or is that just media?
No, I think it's everything.
That might be everything.
So
I think if Warren Buffett called and wanted us off the air, we'd be off the air.
Imagine if he actually listened. He's like, I can't wait to tune into Isaac and Sook. I'm here in Omaha, but I can get on the Odyssey app and listen. Wait a minute.
Yeah. All right. Well, if he's listening, he'll be excited because it's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sook.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sook. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Not that anything valuable ever comes out of these, but it is SEC Media Day, Media Week, Media Jumble, whatever they're doing. Nick Saban's picks are in, and it is Georgia and Texas as weird as that sounds, to play in the championship game. Steve Sarkisian has said that both quarterbacks, Manning and Ewers, are going to be part of the offense this year. And I don't know what else is going on. Anything big from Pac? I just want to talk college football, so I'm trying to wedge it in. No baseball. There's no baseball today.
Yeah,
so.
you just kind of have to remember with a lot of these, it's a lot of chest puffing, look at how great we are, but also trying not to put any bulletin board material. The best part that I saw was Kirby Smart saying that it feels like he's talking to the enemy every time he talks to Nick Saban about what he plans this next year. But of course, Saban has to ask him about what he's doing because Saban's part of the media. I think Kirby Smart compared him to Darth Vader.
Yeah, that's appropriate. Well, this year in college football, it's going to look really different for a lot of reasons. But Nick Saban not being on the sideline in Alabama is going to be weird.
Be very weird.
It's going to be weird. It's always tricky. It's like when the Yankees dynasty finally fell apart. Never liked him, but I missed him.
Yeah. You miss hating somebody, and Nick Saban was very hateable.
Well, imagine Star Wars without Darth Vader. How boring would that be?
No, they wouldn't have made the last three, and that's probably
well, they tried to replace him. It didn't work. Team USA improves to 3-0 with
Let's
an
go.
impressive win over Serbia. Worth pointing out that Serbia is the favorite to win the 3-on-3 tournament, but not good at 5-on-5.
We're going to dominate. Well, look, this team should dominate. It's LeBron and Kevin Durant's, probably Steph Curry's. It's all of their last one, probably.
Farewell, yeah.
They want to get one last ring or one last gold medal. That's what they're doing. They should dominate, run through this tournament. It shouldn't be close.
Do you watch do you tune in to any of these games before maybe the final?
It won't be appointment television, but if it's on and there's nothing else, because let's face it, it's the summer. Yeah, I'll watch.
You rooting for France to make it to the final at home in Paris? Take on the U.S. Don't you?
I'm only watching U.S. basketball.
I know, but don't you want an interesting final? I guess is my point.
Yeah, sure.
Because France is one of the favorites to win it all.
Sure,
They've got
that'd be
NBA
cool.
players all
See
over
Wemby.
it. Well, they have 4 players drafted in the first round. Plus, they got Wemby. Pull out Batum and Gobert, and have them drain some NBA threes out there in the national or the international tournament. No, WNBA. They're gonna make some money.
Yes.
How about this? All right. Is this number correct that the WNBA will get $2.2 billion over the lifetime of the new NBA deal? So in the 11 years, it'll be $200 million per year. So if you have not caught WNBA fever, get ready to, because it is not going anywhere anytime soon.
I want to say this is the first time that they're going to be in the black. So they're going to be making, it looks like, $50 million per year. There's a chance with some extra stuff they might even get it into the $60 million. All this shows is that you can't say it's strictly Caitlin Clark, but this new age of WNBA player and the new movement by the NBA to get the WNBA more views and people caring about the women's game and caring about women's college hoops, turning into them caring about WNBA. It's worked.
Yeah.
It's worked because 5 years ago, nobody cared.
Yeah.
And now they care to the point where they're actually going to be making money. And I think that's huge.
Yeah, well, and Caitlin Clark's rival is in the news as much as she is. Angel Reese is everywhere. You can't.
She's big time.
That's right. Well, she's a double-double machine. The fact that I know any of the stats for anybody in the WNBA says that it's working. So good on them. What number are we on? Are we supposed to be paying attention to this?
Yeah, this is number 2.
Number 2.
I can tell by the music.
Oh, well, sorry, I don't have the music memorized. Little NBA news. Chris Middleton. I probably didn't put these in the proper order. Chris Middleton recovering from ankle surgery on both ankles, but should be ready for the season. That's always good.
Yeah, it's never a good thing to be in a leg cast
Is
on
that
both
ankles
legs.
surgery?
Yeah, that's not good. Look, Chris Middleton has had injury issues basically since they won the championship in 2021.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can count on Chris Middleton. Like, there's a reason they went out and made sure they could get Dame, not just because Dame is better than Middleton before he got hurt, but Middleton as the 2 or even the 3, I don't know that you can count on him anymore. He's just always hurt.
Yeah, well, it'll be very interesting to see what happens with the Bucks full year with Dame, and we'll see what goes on. Number 1, the Open Championship is this weekend, and Scottie Scheffler is
the
in
favorite?
some rare air. Yes, but why is it important that he's the favorite? This is the first time since Tiger Woods in 2013 that you have had the same player favored in all 4 major championships in one season.
Well, he should be. I mean, he's been absolutely lights out. If you take away one round in the PGA Championship, he was on pace to be in the top 10 for that.
Yeah.
U.S. Open, not as well, but otherwise, man, Scottie Scheffler is having a historic year. That being said, if he wants it to be a generational year that we talk about in the heirs of great years with every year save Tiger Woods' Tiger Slam, he has to win a second major.
He's got 2 majors, but they're both the Masters. He's Bubba Watson right now.
He needs to win another one this year, and then we talk about this being probably the best golf year in the last 10 years.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's a great year, but with 1 major,
it's not.
Yeah,
it's a great year. It could be a historic year, or a year, a best of the last decade type year.
Yeah, what would have been the last great year? Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, Spieth's year where he won the Masters, won the U.S., went.
He was down to the wire at the Open.
Was he second in the U.S. Open or second? He didn't finish worse than 5th. That's what I know. That would have been the 2015 summer because that was my senior year of high school.
Jordan Spieth.
Well, and he won up at Chambers Bay. He should have lost that, but Dustin Johnson
gave it to him.
Choked it away.
So he won the Masters, second at the PGA Championship, won the U.S. Open, and won the Open Championship.
He won
in 2017. So he's got them all. But the Open Championship was the one in 2015.
I want to see.
They just put those 4 up in a row, but it was 2017.
Because
so
he actually.
He kind of choked the Open Championship away in 2015.
Right, he was right there. What a fall! Like that dude. Was
this,
amazing.
Okay, but Rory the other day.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's do this. Let's stay on golf. It's Open Championship week.
Let's golf.
Let's
hard.
golf it up.
Golf hard.
And then we'll get into some simulated Civil War. And then if we get to the 100 players, we get to the 100 players. And then we get a club hour. You know what? Let's talk some golf. Open Championship. And it starts tonight, right?
This already morning.
Well, no. Tee off at least Pacific time is 10:35 p.m.
Yeah, it's already Thursday.
I meant tomorrow morning, but yes,
but it's already Thursday. Over there.
They do time wrong.
No, actually, I think
we do time right.
Well, first of all, we do everything right.
Okay. Will, there's something called Greenwich Mean Time. Nope, I'm not even gonna.
They do it wrong, Schultze. We do it right. They don't measure in feet and yards. They measure in meters and centimeters. They're idiots.
I don't know who the actor is that was. It was a Saturday Night Live skit where it's George Washington.
That is Nate Bargatze.
Oh, it was Bargatze.
Hilarious bit.
That.
Hilarious.
It's funny that you mention the time not being done right by a part of the world. I believe in the spirit of the Olympics, the 1908 Olympics. This was just a random fact to me fed by my wife. The 1908 Olympics had the Russians showing up 12 days late because they used, I believe, the Gregorian calendar or something like that in Russia. And then we around the rest of the world, I think we're using the Mayan calendar. So they don't have leap years in the Gregorian calendar. So they ended up showing up late because in 1908, there weren't no Twitter, obviously. There weren't no phones. And sending, I'm surprised they didn't send like a telegram or anything, but
that's
pretty funny.
That is fantastic. All right, there's your Olympic fact. Where's the sounder for Schulte's Olympic facts?
Boo.
There you go. Wonderful.
The more you know.
More golf. Next, it is Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
The Blazers are dealing.
To have a moment where you're hoping something happens and then it actually does. Everyone's
That's right, voice guy and voice lady. It is Open Championship week. The Open Championship, I don't know if you know this, is played across the pond.
That's right, and an ocean.
Oh, yeah, good call. I didn't even think
You
of
gotta-
it. I was like, yeah, I guess I see what you did there.
Interesting known fact.
Yeah.
You can't drive there. You must
Really?
take a boat or an airplane.
How about you? What about a rocket ship?
I don't think we have that technology yet. I don't think you can SpaceX it, go into space, parachute
Ooh,
down.
would that be faster?
There's no way.
Take a
No?
submarine.
Ooh.
You could. But that's also, like, doesn't that classify as a boat?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering that too. It's maritime, so I don't know if it's like. It's
Say
like an
maritime
No.
instead of maritime?
I did.
It's
I'm
like-
having an off day today.
Well, I just
You
checking.
are
No, I didn't
not.
know it. Like, have
Oh,
I been
I
saying
am.
it wrong? The one that always gets me is Will Darkins on the. We'll always call it a biopic instead of a biopic.
A biopic.
So he's like, I always read the word. I don't know how to say it.
A biopic.
A biopic, but maritime, not maritime. Which
Well,
is.
thank you.
I just
No, I need all the help I can
Yeah,
get today. I'm not.
It is what it is. But the Open Championship, I mentioned it in the Hot 5 at 5. It does represent the first time since Tiger Woods in 2013 that one golfer has been favored in all 4 majors. So Scotty Scheffler is on an absolute heater. But then we got talking about Jordan Spieth. And we were going to go very long because Rory McIlroy comes up with this. Because Rory won 4 pretty early, or 4 or 5 pretty early. And I don't have the numbers in front of me. But I think it was him that was talking about, these young guys go and they get really hot. They play really well. They get really rich and they get really famous, and the girls around them get really hot, and they find other interests. The idea of staying interested in golf being the most important thing in your life, when it is something that, like, if you play well on the PGA Tour, you have enough exemptions, and you have a chance to win a major every couple years, you're doing pretty well. Like, there's not a lot of guys that do really well on the PGA Tour, but, you get into the top 30 in the world or whatever. So those guys are doing pretty well.
They make a lot of money.
And so if you can kind of hang out there, it's the idea that the motivation that Tiger had to stay on top when he got on top, because he did it very differently than Jack. Jack Nicklaus, if you look at him, it's like he was never home. He admits that he wasn't around his kids, but his wife fully supported it, took care of everything.
Right.
And he had this happy life where he just wanted to go and play in the tournament, get home as quick as he could, but he knew golf was the most important thing, and everybody around him knew golf was the most important thing.
Right.
Tiger Woods was a complete psycho, if you've seen his documentary. But Rory, if you remember, he started winning. Then he was engaged to Wozniacki, the tennis player, and then that fell apart because he wasn't playing as well. And then he hasn't been able to get it back on the rails. And he is fully committed to golf, and had a chance at the U.S. Open. Take away those couple short putts. But sometimes when you over focus on winning, and he's floated around the top 5 in the world, it feels like, for the last 12
decade,
12
plus.
years or more, however long it's been since he won his last championship. But he hasn't really been able to do it. But then you have guys like Spieth, Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, these guys that have popped up, and you're just like, all right, they're the number 1 player in the world. Then they kind of have everything they ever wanted.
And then
So
they
it's
stop.
like keeping the motivation feels like it would be the weird thing. You know what I mean? Like, so for Scotty Scheffler, if he has this year, he just had his first baby.
Right.
We know that because he was ready to skip. Was it the U.S. Open that he was willing to skip, or PGA
Championship?
And said he got arrested, which was hilarious. But
Whoops.
My bad. But he was willing to skip one of the majors for a kid. Right there, it shows that he's got some priorities going the right direction, and that golf isn't the most important thing. But I'd be very surprised if this lasted more than a couple years.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe it's just because, like, my first golf memories, it's prime Tiger.
Yeah, which was insane.
Like, he was always winning. Remember, like, the whole theory was, if he got the lead on Sunday, if he's wearing the Tiger red, I remember my Little League baseball team had an alternate red jersey that we only wore on Sundays.
Oh my God.
Tiger Red, the Devil Dogs, shout out. If we we're playing on Sundays. We wore red because
Black
that's
pants, red
yes,
shirt,
yes, black hat, yes,
Oh,
because
love it.
that's what Tiger did.
Dude, there's nothing better than going out to the golf course. It used to be like you would go out and there would be 10 guys wearing black and red on a Sunday.
Yeah, all with their Livestrong bracelets too.
Yeah,
that blocked out the sun. But so anyways, like when I think of golf, I think of the dominance of Tiger.
Sure.
So then I think there's a little bit of we want the next Tiger, right?
Yep,
and the weird thing is like in every other sport, you've kind of found the next version. Like maybe not the quite to the same extreme, but like think about it in basketball. You went from MJ to Kobe was pretty darn close to LeBron James, who's even closer, right?
Well, no, because I'll disagree with that. So the NBA had Magic and Bird, and that saved the league.
Saves basketball,
right?
yep.
Because the NBA, like when Jordan was drafted, the Bulls were being outdrawn by their indoor soccer team.
Yeah, right.
So
the traveling cocaine circus is what he called it.
Absolutely. It was the Bulls were an absolute mess. So he saved the Bulls, but the NBA was being saved at the same time by Magic and Bird. But they needed a follow up to that.
Right.
They were ready for the NBA was primed for something to come in and change the league. The reason Jordan is who he is because it captured a moment in time where they were ready for a change.
Right.
Same thing with golf. When Tiger showed up, they had never seen anything like him. And golf wasn't in this great spot. They had, Jack had since stopped playing or whatever. They didn't really have anything, but it was, and so they weren't necessarily looking for the next Jack. He changed it. So Jordan took the NBA and made it global. It was a huge leap forward. Kobe came in and tried to be the next Jordan on the court.
Right.
And wanted to be something off the court, but there's no cultural shift because of Kobe. There were people that were NBA fans that got onto it. I would say LeBron has made some changes, but you could make an argument that he made the NBA as a whole made it worse with all the player movement. Like they're literally putting in this apron rule so he and others cannot do what he did for 2 decades.
Where they just make teams and all that.
Yeah.
I guess I need to do a better comparison because what I'm trying to say is like there was a dominant force in the NBA.
But they're still looking for another Jordan, I guess is my point. There's not a guy that has come in and changed the game entirely for the better, but there might not be room for it in the NBA.
But there isn't that steep drop off. Like if you look at football right now, you have Tom Brady.
Yep.
And then as soon as he retires, Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And you know who the face of the league is and who's dominant in that league. If you go,
but that's whoever the best player because where the NFL is now,
right?
The whoever the best player in the NFL is going to become the face of the league, and if they have a personality, they're same thing with the NBA. Here's the thing about golf is when there's not a Tiger Woods, when there's not a Tiger Woods in golf, you lose all of the casual fans. If they don't have somebody they can point to, it's what's happening with it's more like what's happening with tennis right now. It has been
20
but even that it's been 25 years since we have an American that has done anything. I mean, Andy Roddick won one US Open.
Yeah, that's
but when it was Andre Agassi and Pete Sampras, this country was all about it. A lot of people liked Federer and Nadal or whatever, but it was nothing compared to the excitement that you had around 2 American stars. And before that, you had McEnroe and Jimmy Connors and all of those guys. There was always an American star there to kind of keep this country interested. And with golf, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, another guy's pretty good. And then they go away. And another guy's pretty good. But Tiger was such a sensation because he didn't fit into anybody's, picture of a golfer in their heads.
Right.
He was so determined to win absolutely everything. He did it with a flair. He did it all of that. So the sport is desperately looking for it. But the thing is, you're never going to find one, especially if you're looking for one.
Right.
One might show up organically, but it's a sport that's so reliant on a singular star. The NBA is always going to have another face of it. There's always going to be somebody that comes along. Now, the interesting thing about the NBA, take your top 5 right now in the NBA if you're building a new team.
Yeah, you're going to go Jokic, SGA, Luka. I'd throw Ant Edwards in there just because I love watching him play.
Sure.
And then maybe you throw in like a Tatum or an Embiid or
Wemby,
Wemby, right? One of those types.
So
of guys.
try to argue this. So Wemby, Luka, Embiid, Jokic. If you said SGA, none of those guys are from America. That's a weird thing about the NBA right now.
Playing on the U.S. team.
What's that?
Joel's playing on the
He
U.S.
is, but SGA's Canadian. But like you can make a legitimate argument that right now the globalization of basketball may end up doing what it did to baseball. Where you look at the rosters and the best players aren't from this country, and that's part of the reason that the NBA has surpassed baseball is it's more of an American sport. But it won't be in 10 years. We said 4 guys drafted from France in the first round.
Yeah,
so it's becoming more of a global sport. It's really interesting the way that it's kind of transitioning. But that's what happens with baseball. Is baseball was number one for so long that they didn't really have any room for another Babe Ruth. Because Babe Ruth was the guy that took baseball from, a sport for the fans to a sport for the country.
Right.
And everybody wanted this mythical creature. Jordan was Babe Ruth. Tiger Woods was Babe Ruth. There might not be another room for those guys. But the idea that you're looking for something that just came along at the exact right time, and if it wasn't Jordan, it might have been somebody else, but it was a perfect guy for the perfect time, so there's no way of knowing. But you don't need another Jordan in basketball.
Right, but golf does.
But golf, again, that's because it's an individual sport. So that's why I would compare it to tennis. So if you end up having a bunch of guys that just kind of, this guy wins here, a couple there, it does make it a little different. But, Rory does a pretty good job as an international player, getting a lot of fans and stuff. But if you looked out there, and luckily Americans love golf, there's always a lot of U.S. flags on that. That's what it has over tennis.
Right, but even Rory, like as good as Rory has been, and he's been he doesn't win anything.
Nope.
Like it's been 10 years since he won something that we cared about.
Well, but that's what I'm saying about Scheffler too. He's got 2 major championships, and they are both the Masters.
Right. I mean, the argument you can make the last 10 years, the best golfer, or at least best American golfer, doesn't really care about the sport.
Brooks Koepka.
I
love Brooks Koepka.
He's awesome, but he'll never get the. I mean, he's not going to be good enough to get the Tiger status anyways.
Yeah.
But he's so aloof about the sport. And look, some of it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Like, you're not going to reach the pinnacle of your sport if you don't care at all.
Yep.
He clearly cares enough. But because he's a little bit bro-y and he's a little bit of like, I'm going to mess with other people, I've won enough to the point where I don't care if I win another, he'll never reach like the true greatness of what he could be. So we're not going to care about it to that extent. Scottie Scheffler could, but he could just as easily become Jordan Spieth.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Chances run.
The idea that he's going to be the next Tiger is way off. The chances that he becomes the next Jordan Spieth or Justin Thomas or Brooks Koepka or Dustin Johnson or there's so many guys since Tiger, and there's a ton of guys before. David Duval was the #1 golfer in the world when Tiger took over. Ernie Els, Vijay Singh. There was these guys that were really good for short stretches, but that's what we're seeing now is more like the nature of golf. But then because you grew up with Tiger, because we all saw Tiger, we all want somebody to come.
Right.
It's probably a it's definitely a once in a lifetime occurrence if you take in account all of the cultural and social impact and everything that he did for the game and for people of color playing golf and drawing people into the sport and people that that weren't white from country clubs. Like there's no way that you can quantify everything he did. Same thing with Jordan taking the sport international. Same thing with Babe Ruth doing that. It's going to look different when it happens. We're just going to be like, we're going to be hit over the head. But it's very unlikely that it'll be Scottie Scheffler is the next Tiger Woods. And if it is, that dude's boring as all get out.
Right.
It's not going to be half the ride.
Right.
We'll be disappointed. I don't know how true this story is, but somebody told me a story about Jack Nicklaus. And it was actually Johnny Miller, who was great. There was an interview, and he was doing like an open panel. People could ask questions.
Right.
And he's like, why was Jack so good? And he's like, because he was a wuss. Because Jack Nicklaus, all he did was try to hit the fairway, then put it in the middle of the green, then make a 2-putt. And he goes, the amount of side bets that were on there for the real money was not in winning the championships. All the other pros were out there trying to beat each other and trying to stick the pins and taking chances and tin cupping it. Now, that was I heard this secondhand, and I don't know how true that is, but if you ever watch like any of there's a couple.
The real old ones.
Yeah, like Bobby Jones
right.
and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, who cared about the tournament? It was, can you make this shot, and the side bets and the hustle, and Arnold Palmer kind of encompassed both sides of that. But at the same time, they liked not being paid attention to.
Right.
They didn't want to be the focus of it. Jack was the one that went, man, if I win a lot, it's gonna be pretty lucrative for me and my family. Or maybe he just didn't want to lose. He was just that competitive.
Right.
But Tiger was the one that did it with flair and did it with all of that. And that's why it went to the next level, because it wasn't what anybody expected.
He had a personality, but he also had a personality of, Jordan has kind of the same thing of like, I'm going to dominate.
But then he could smile at you
right.
and go, eh.
Gotcha.
Republicans buy sneakers too.
I hear that. That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
Out of it. All right. Jordan Schultz has the key to the Civil War.
Ooh.
He knows everything that's going to happen. He's going to give us a full breakdown. So what they did was they took the new 2024 NCAA college football game, and they simulated it. So if you are a Duck fan, if you are a Beavers fan, I mean, man, what a year for an upset, huh? Oh, could you imagine with all the hype around the Ducks?
He's so bad.
That would just ruin their season.
Listen, we already know what's going to happen. You don't even have to watch the game. You can find out next. But first, you have to listen to this SportsCenter update.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Team USA continuing to get ready for the Paris Olympics as they beat Serbia on the hardwood this morning, 105-79. It moves them to 3-0 in exhibition play. Steph Curry scoring 24 points to lead the way. The Americans now headed to London for their final 2 ramp-up games before moving on to France. The Athletic reporting that Milwaukee Buck forward Chris Middleton having successful arthroscopic surgeries on both of his ankles earlier this offseason. He's expected to be ready for the start of the regular season, and the WNBA will reportedly receive $2.2 billion of the $74.6 billion deal that the NBA signed with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon Prime for their new rights deal starting in 2025 and 26. And the Open Championship getting going tonight at Royal Troon in Scotland. Justin Leonard, Todd Hamilton, and Jack McDonald teeing off at 10:35 p.m. Pacific. Rory McIlroy teeing off at 2:09 a.m. Former Duck Wyndham Clark and Brooks Koepka going at 6:26. Tiger, he's getting going at 6:37. And tourney favorite, I should say, Scotty Scheffler. He's also the tour favorite, getting going at 7:10 a.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Klingen at the top of the key. Looking, handoff to Murray. Dive guy. Close Klingen. Great find. Great action.
That is Blazers' first round pick. Donovan Klingen absolutely dominating so far in Summer League. Schulte, what's your favorite part that you've seen in his game?
The energy, the blocks from all angles. It kind of reminds me of how Kristaps Porzingis looks when he's healthy.
I love what he's doing, and he's going to play great defense, and that's a position that the Blazers have not had great defense in my lifetime. Who's leading the charge is powered by Battery Exchange. Power up your summer at Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks
Fan.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, Luke Anderson, Will Ortner, Jordan Schultz taking over the Primetime airwaves. If you're just joining the program, we've already decided that Scotty Scheffler is going to fall apart right after he loses the Open Championship. That Nick Saban is inconsequential as a broadcaster, that Safeco needs to be torn down and rebuilt, even though it's called T-Mobile Park. What else did we accomplish today? We've gotten a lot of stuff done.
Took a look at the Klinger.
Oh yeah,
right.
yeah. Donovan Clingan is the next Bill Russell. I mean, we've gotten through a lot. So
We've sportsed hard.
So hard.
On a non-traditional sportsy day.
Listen, that's why they called us in, man. You know, they just said, "Hey, we need to get out the A team to go out and fill in for these guys that don't know what to do when there's no sports." I mean, what would Isaac and Suk do if there was no sports on? I mean, they wouldn't have anything to talk about.
That's right. Well, I was going to say, I think last time we talked about just Suk apologizing to people. I think that's what we did yesterday.
That's what you and Suk did.
Well, hey, look, he likes to dump on things that he doesn't like.
Well, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Nah, he's the best.
I don't know. Let's figure out what we're going to do in the club hour. But I bring up that we've settled very important things because Schultze is all into the AI revolution. And he found a simulation of the Civil War. Do you have like a play-by-play, like a breakdown, like quarter by quarter? Like how much information can you give us on this game? Do you want to make it like a real-time thing where we can kind of see what happens? You just want to give us results? How do you want to play this, Schultze?
I mean, we've got
you're sitting on the info.
We've got the score of the game. We've got each individual score and how it was attempted and successfully made.
Oh, dang.
And then you've got all the stats. I mean, this is pretty complete. You've got defensive stats as well. I mean, yeah, so essentially what's happening here is Ducks Wire, who covers the Oregon Ducks for USA Today, has kind of been doing like a full season simulation.
Okay.
Trying to start off from game one, which is going to be Boise State. So they've already simulated that, and they're going through with
Idaho?
the new EA Sports College Football 25. And they did, in game one, beat Boise State 31-21. But I wanted to point this out.
Okay,
because,
wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
They start the year with Idaho.
Yeah, the Vandals. What about the Vandals?
They're not playing FCS West or whatever they have the name.
We started with a 20. Yeah, I guess they're not doing
They
the
must
actual
not include
season then.
They must not include Idaho.
Yeah, maybe they just didn't skip. I'm not sure why they didn't do Idaho, but it was a 31-21 win over Boise State.
Okay, so close one. Okay, so did they lead the whole way? Like, okay, now I need more information. This is intriguing.
And now, so let me set this up. All simulations are taking place in the Play Now mode of the new EA College Football 25 game. Therefore, injuries are not playing a factor. But we don't know, at this point yet anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Quarters are set to 10 minutes. Weather is going to be depicting the accurate environment of the time. So obviously, September games or early season games going to have clear skies later on in the year in Eugene. Rain, gets colder. A lot more miserable out there. And the time of the game is going to reflect announced game time. So they basically set it, day, evening, night kind of thing as well to accurately match it up. And the score for the prediction of EA Sports College Football 2025.
Well, for the Boise game, did they? Yeah. So it was 31-21.
Yeah.
Was this wire-to-wire victory, or did Boise State make it close late? Like, I need to know how this game actually played out, because that's, I think, if you're a Ducks fan and you're taking on Mountain West power Boise State, you only win by 10.
You're mad.
I think so.
I think you need to be upset.
I think so.
Right in the streets.
So what is the box score? Did they who led off the scoring? Were they down in this game?
Oregon took a 17-3 lead into the break against the simulated Boise State.
Okay, that's a little better.
But they did get back into the game. The Broncos did in the second half, basically kind of coming up short, but got to 24-21 with 2 minutes left. So then Dylan Gabriel in this simulation threw a touchdown to put the game total to 31-21.
All right, perfect. So your simulated new quarterback came up big.
Struggled in the third, figured it out in the fourth.
Well, they got a little full of themselves. They took a big lead,
right.
14-point lead. They thought they could put it on cruise control. Boise State, not a team that you put it on cruise control against.
Right. Okay, Fresno State from 2 years ago.
Okay, so so what you're saying is these simulations pretty accurate. I can see happening, and still, I think we both agree, Oregon fans upset.
Yes.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right.
Maybe not Ryan.
All right. So we still don't have the Idaho game, so then we're moving right to the Civil War?
We're moving right to this is the second game that they did.
So, and we've already
after the
determined,
Boise State game.
determined for Oregon State fans and for Oregon fans, we think this is pretty accurate based on one game and what we've seen.
I've already penciled it in as the score.
Okay. I mean, you might as well. Like, if you haven't bought the ticket at A yet, can you bet college up there yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so if you haven't bought your
ticket
ticket for
March Madness.
31-21 with Dylan Gabriel, can you write in a touchdown in the fourth quarter to win it all? So write that in as your ticket. So now what happens in the Civil War?
The Civil War, according to the simulation of the guys from Ducks Wire, Oregon 80, Oregon State nothing.
Now, was this a wire-to-wire win, or was it close at the end?
Battle.
Was it 0-0, and then they just picked up 80 in the fourth quarter?
Oh, no, the scoring happened like you would assume it would throughout the game. First quarter started with a Jordan James touchdown from 3 yards out. Trayshawn Holden catching a 50-yarder from Dylan Gabriel. Evan Stewart catching a 34-yard touchdown from Dylan Gabriel. Let's see.
Well, give me Dylan Gabriel's stat line. That's what I would like to
Let's see. Top offensive performers. Dylan Gabriel, 24 of 29. 556 yards and 6 touchdowns in this simulation. Evan Stewart catching 7 times for 224 yards and 3 tutties. Tez Johnson, 5 catches, 87 yards, and Trayshawn Holden, 74 yards. 2 catches, both were touchdowns.
Does the AI simulator pull the starters after the first half?
Well, I believe
Clearly
they do.
They didn't.
Well, I believe
he had 500 yards.
Actually,
I don't think they pulled the starters.
No, you're right. Actually, no, because now I see the fourth quarter. There was a Jordan James 58-yard touchdown pass from Dylan Gabriel. You're
Oregon
right.
State
You're
fans,
so right.
you're fine.
They ran up the score.
This is just Schultze, a Duck fan, trying to give us Oregon Ducks propaganda. Oh man, you should be ashamed of yourself. What would Rudy Gobert say if he heard you say this?
He'd probably be like, "Hey, you think I shoot threes? Then maybe you should be negotiating my next contract."
Unbelievable. The Vancouver text line said, let me guess, 59-10.
Close.
No, it's not. 80 is
a little bit more.
Yeah,
Just
that's an embarrassment. And if you shut somebody out too with your third string defense out there and doing that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how excited you guys are for this college football season, but
I can't wait.
There's just all the people that are upset because it's not the college football that I'm used to. I don't remember a time where there wasn't some sort of realignment or changing or new coaches or new spots for teams and players and everything.
Right.
This to me, I'm a bigger NFL fan than I'm a college football fan. This is probably as excited as I've ever been for a college football season.
I love college football. I love the pageantry.
Pageantry.
It's great, dude.
Sure.
I know that it is different, and it sucks that the Pac-12 is gone.
The Pac-12 was never good. The Pac-10 was great. The Pac-12 was never good.
Right.
At anything. Basketball, football.
I'm still so beyond excited for some of the matchups that we're going to get this year. And this is the first year of the new playoff.
Yes.
So we're actually going to get a true champion. I couldn't be more excited.
Well,
it's going to be an awesome year.
We're way off the clock.
A little bit.
I blame you.
Yeah,
right, let's clean that up and we'll get into the club hour. We'll see who's got a 30-second story we can do next. We'll figure it out. This is Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, this just in, the Ducks win the Civil War 80-0. According to a Ducks Wire simulation that they did online for the video game.
Do you think that might be biased? Maybe
I
just
don't know. Who
bit?
did it? Ducks Wire did the simulation?
No, something tells me that the Ducks should win that game. The question is by how much.
I am very curious to see what we're going to get from both Oregon State and Washington State because they are still holding on to the Pac label.
That's right.
But you know what? I mean, if you're playing for either of those schools, talk about a chip on your shoulder. It should be fun. This Ducks Report on the Fan is brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
The
All right, super fast sports segment. What's your favorite sport?
Football.
What's your favorite sport?
Baseball.
Okay. College football or NFL?
You know what?
No?
I'm gonna say college football, just because I've been playing. I played it, so I can be like, I played my favorite sport.
Yeah, but who's your favorite college football team?
Well, Central Washington,
No,
of
it's not.
course.
Shut up.
It's the greatest college football
no,
team than the D2 in Washington. There's no greater Washington D2 football team than the great Central Washington
Other than Central
Wildcats.
Washington, how many D2 games did you queue up and watch last year?
Did I watch last
Yeah.
year? I watched the national championship. I watched Harding take on Colorado School of Mines in a battle of titans. Harding was going out running the triple option, and they won.
All right.
Colorado School of Mines did not.
Are you have Bobo stories for the? Is this what I'm hearing?
I have a story about a character named Bobo.
Okay, so we're gonna hear Bobo stories to kick off the club hour. I have no idea where this is going, except for I just seen a picture of Will and his posse in Pendleton, and I said, "Who the hell is that guy?" And you said, "Oh, that's Bobo. He's a wild card. I got Bobo stories," and then I cut you off because I have not heard the Bobo stories, and I don't need any. If you want to tease,
I got
better
a
than
tease.
that.
I got a tease.
Do we need more tease than you got Bobo stories?
I have hung out with Bobo for a grand total of about 10 hours.
Okay.
I probably got 3.
Okay. Bobo stories in the club hour right here on Primetime. This is 1080 The Fan.
Recently, a national auto body nonprofit surveyed collision repairs and found
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Club Hour. Luke Anderson, Will Order over there. We got Jordan Schultz across the glass. It's going to be a great time to just hang out and get stories with Bobo.
That's a great Bob Uecker voice.
Is it?
I
was
think
going
it
more
is.
FM DJ. That wasn't trying to.
It's like
do
a
baseball.
combo. It's like if
Yeah.
Bob Uecker and a wacky FM DJ got married, had a child.
Ooh, there you go. I like that.
That's what would then pop out. All right, Bobo
Just with this
story.
music. Okay, so let's set this up. So for anybody that doesn't know, we had to cancel the Sinner and Saint this weekend because Will Darkins got stuck in Denver.
Yeah.
And then I called you up, and you're like, I'm in Pendleton.
I was also stuck in Pendleton.
Well, he was stuck in Denver.
I didn't have a car.
But you were in Pendleton for
Correct.
something called the Pendleton Whiskey something.
Yeah, the Whiskey Fest or whatever.
Okay, so Whiskey Fest out in Pendleton. So I saw you today, knowing that we're doing the show together. So I asked you how Pendleton was. And apparently it was, I want to see if I can get this right, Tone Loc, Sugar Hill Gang, and Vanilla Ice were one night.
Those are the openers on Sunday for Dustin Lynch and Thomas Rhett.
Those three were openers?
There were like two other people. I want to say Jody Messina or something was right before. Yeah, I didn't
Did the
know.
gal that sang the
Ingrid Andress was not there.
Oh, that didn't make it in. I should have put that in the Hot 5 at 5. She's going to rehab now
Yeah,
after
she
that,
is,
which is sad, but it was also sad that what she did to all those people that had to listen to that anthem. So
Yes.
we'll move on from that. So you went out and saw all of these old rap acts, and you didn't even know that Vanilla Ice sang the Ninja Turtle rap, which was very disappointing in our earlier conversation.
In a shocking development, I missed that movie.
So then I was asking you in one of the breaks what the crowd looked like out there, and I asked if it looked like you and all your hillbilly friends. At what point you showed me the crew that you went with, and I immediately singled out one guy, and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And that is
Bobo.
So give us the background on who Bobo is and how you know Bobo.
So Bobo got invited because there was a group. We made a whole plan to go to this concert and this festival. The crew that I was going with, they go every year. They invited me. We had it all planned out. There were about 10 of us that we were supposed to go.
Okay.
The day before, one of the guys that was supposed to go forgot to call out work.
Gotcha.
So he was trying to get rid of his ticket and sell his ticket, and we couldn't get anyone to take the ticket until one of the friends in the group texted their buddy, Bobo, to come out and come to the festival.
Now, where does this crew of people hail from?
So most of this crew, you're talking Battleground. A couple live out in Kelso, Woodland area now. I am the city slicker.
City
from
slicker
Hawkinson.
from Hawkinson.
From Hawkinson,
Okay,
I'm
so
the city slicker.
People driving in from Yakima are like, oh, we gotta hang out with this.
You gotta
city
go
slicker.
hang out. He's the soft one. He doesn't even own cowboy boots. So we call Bobo, or my buddy calls Bobo, and he says, "Hey, do you want to come?" And he goes, "Yep." I'm not going to divulge his job, but it's a 24-hour shift is what he works.
Sure.
And he goes, "And then I'll be right there." He said, "Okay, so you're coming." So I'm thinking Bobo is coming from home. Bobo's coming from Long Beach.
Okay.
Long Beach. So he drove 5 hours.
Yeah.
The concert, the portion that we wanted to get to, started at about 6.
We do know where Bobo hails from originally?
He hails from Alabama.
Okay.
And he has the greatest mustache of all time.
That's what drew me in, was the mustache. When I looked at the picture of all these hillbillies you're hanging out with.
He could braid it.
Yeah.
It's the longest mustache you've ever seen.
Okay.
And Bobo rolls in.
So you've never met Bobo before
Never
this.
met him.
How many of the crew, so there's 10 of you. Two people know Bobo.
Two.
Out
So
of the whole.
eight have never met him.
Okay.
Well, Bobo rolls in.
Well, wait. Is he one of the two that knows him?
No. There's
So seven
a
don't.
married couple.
Yeah. Married couple knows.
No.
And Bobo knows Bobo.
Bobo, true.
So 7 people don't know Bobo. We got to work on your math. But
You're
that's
right.
okay.
So
That's
Bobo
okay.
rolls in at about 5:30.
Sure.
Show starts at 6. Well, when Bobo shows up with this crew, we're like, "Hey, we got to catch you up." And as soon as he rolls in, he's got that slow talking Alabama drawl. And it's like, "Bobo, you want to catch up with us?" He goes, "I'm down." Instantly.
Do we have a guess on how old Bobo is, or do we know?
About my age, about 26.
Okay.
About
Gotcha.
my age, 26.
But he looks, the mustache makes him look at least 10 years older.
And he tried to catch up right away.
with the consumption of alcoholic beverages.
Yes, he was not responsible.
What? Or he was being
Drinking.
responsible?
Not responsible.
I thought he was trying to catch up to everybody.
He
That's
was.
a responsible thing to do.
Well, he tried to catch up and then he lapped us all twice.
Well, see, that's irresponsible.
See,
catching up, responsible, because you don't want to be the soberest guy.
Right.
Nobody
You don't
was
want to.
driving anywhere.
No, we walked everywhere.
Yep. So so that's the you don't want to be like the guy that's 5-6 drinks behind.
Right.
Because then you're not gonna have any fun. Now, catching up, passing, lapping.
Yes.
Then it gets okay.
And then probably another lap. So we're walking down.
And he has not slept.
He has not slept.
Okay.
No. We're walking down. This is fresh out of the car. He hasn't set up his tent. Nothing.
Perfect.
We start walking down. We stop off at a convenience store. We grab one for the road. He's hanging out. He's drinking
For the
with
walk.
us.
So we don't drink in the car.
Right. We're walking. We see a pool. Bobo and I kind of look at each other, and I'm like, Bobo, you want to go jump in that pool? Not our pool.
Above ground pool.
A random kiddie pool.
Random kiddie pool.
And the people were not there.
And you're in Pendleton.
We ran right in and jumped in.
100 degrees. This is daytime.
Had to cool down.
Okay.
It was the hottest part of the day. Triple digits. Cool down. We get in. We're all having a good time. We're all dancing.
It's you and Bobo in the pool. We're
Yes.
all having a good time.
Yeah. Well, we jumped in, got up. We're all having a good time. Not really thinking anything of it. Bobo and I were like dancing around. We're trying to, hey, we're single. We'll try and find some girls. Well, we find a guy eating a corn dog.
We're looking for girls,
and we found a guy.
But instead,
Yeah, that is not a girl.
if ever there was a start to a story that I'm very curious why I needed to know all of the information in that sentence. Looking for a girl.
Girls.
Instead, we found a guy with a
Found
corn
a guy with
dog.
a corn dog.
Proceed.
And he ate the corn dog wrong. Like, I don't know how to explain
Like,
how.
did he eat it like from the side,
He
like
was
a corn
big
on the cob?
fat dude. No, it looked like he tried to swallow it whole. Like, that was really what he was doing.
You could see
he
the
couldn't
cartoon
chew.
like corn dog stuck in the neck.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to chew it. It was like a whole thing. So we start laughing at him,
Well,
like one naturally
Sure.
would do.
It would be irresponsible of you not to.
His lady friend walks up, sees that we are laughing at him, looks at her boyfriend, and just starts ripping him a new one. Just starts
Ripping the boyfriend?
Yes, not us, not Bobo and I.
So the girlfriend agrees this guy has no idea how to eat a corn dog?
I guess so. Just
Okay.
starts ripping him. Well, then Bobo's like, I gotta go over and like give him a hard time. So Bobo comes over and goes, hey, I'm about to buy a corn dog. You want to buy one with me? Dude, stone face, get out. Don't come near me. So then we have to usher Bobo away, time to walk back. We're not really thinking anything about it. All of a sudden, it's become clear Bobo has been overserved.
Okay.
So
sure.
Bobo's,
Yeah.
I think the count was he ran through about 5 signs. Like fully, like he was like, I'm going to Terry Tate, office linebacker, this sign, and he would just
What was the
destroy
sign?
them. Parking here.
Oh, God, like but the folded signs.
Trail. Yes.
Yeah.
He wasn't
these-
running through like a stop sign
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah.
So then we got to go pick it back up.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that Bobo's safe. He's not fine. Like he's got like a cut. He's
Sure,
got like
yeah.
a little blood, and you're like, "What's going on over
Yeah,
here?" with Bobo?
running through things that are made of wood tends to leave marks.
Not really thinking about it,
Sure.
right? Well, then all of a sudden, Bobo's just gone. On our walk back, we can't find Bobo. Where'd he go? We can't see him, can't find him, have no idea. We get back to our campsite. Our campsite is on a baseball field out in Pendleton.
Okay.
There are people playing kickball on the baseball field. Then we realize Bobo is running to first base.
What time is this?
This is at midnight.
Okay.
Bobo, with his shoes off, in shorts and a t-shirt, while holding a beer,
Well,
is sprinting around the base path and sliding and diving to catch the ball, to avoid getting tagged. He just keeps going.
yeah.
So then, of course, I have to join in, and
Well,
I go and
obviously.
play. Well, you can't let him play by himself.
Is
so we
somewhere
play.
right now Bobo on a different radio station telling the story about how dumb you were to do everything that he did?
No, because I didn't lose my car keys or my cell phone, and
Okay.
we didn't realize that until the next morning.
So he was running, jumping, diving.
Luke, he slept outside.
Well, sure. I mean, who hasn't done that? I mean,
He
I
slept
once
outside.
woke up in the bushes in front of the Gold Coast Casino And I don't remember going to the Gold Coast Casino in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
so
I thankfully slept on a couch on a porch down at OSU. I didn't really remember how I got there, but somebody was very nice and kind of helped me. Yeah.
So you woke up the next day and he didn't have any of his stuff or
No,
things.
well, because Bobo slept outside and then got cold, so then Bobo, acquired sweats and a sweatshirt.
I like that.
We don't know how he got the sweats or sweatshirt. They weren't his.
Of course.
He doesn't remember dressing himself or not. And I remember being like, Bobo, where are your clothes, dude? He goes, I don't know.
He's in
I
someone
got
else's
cold."
clothes, doesn't know where his clothes are.
At some point, he was in some other neighbor's tent.
All right.
And he said he walked in, and the neighbor was like, "Get out." He was like, "Okay." So then we spent the next hour trying to find Bobo's stuff. Meanwhile, Bobo's like, "It is what it is. There's nothing we can do."
Nice slow motion, brother.
Where
Where did we find the stuff or the things?
They were on first base.
Nice.
They had fallen out when he had slid, and no one had taken his. He had his wallet with him, but he didn't have his phone. He didn't have his keys, and we found it on first base as we were leaving. Bobo got to Pendleton at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Bobo left Pendleton at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And in that time, I watched him jump into 4 different kiddie pools.
Nice.
Take out 5 signs.
Nice.
Slide into second base twice. And I watched him absolutely run over some poor bystander in a play at the plate so that he could score.
Lost his keys, lost his cell phone, and woke up mysteriously in somebody else's clothing. That's a pretty good weekend for Bobo.
But on the warning track.
He was sleeping on the warning track?
Yeah. That's where he's on an anthill.
Yeah, the losing your keys in and not knowing it is always a good one. But the one that always reminds me, we were playing. My grandma had this. The ditch in front of her house was pretty deep, but it was all covered in ivy. And I think we were playing wiffle ball. My brother went running into the ivy to catch it, and you see him running, and then all of a sudden you just see his feet sticking straight up out of the ivy. Grandma lived in Woodland. We drove all the way back to Vancouver, and my brother's like, I don't know where my keys are, because he didn't drive out there. And then we drove back out, and he's like, I think this is where I fell in the ivy. And we looked down, there they were, right there.
There they are.
But yeah, it's like, so, you play these recreational games. You get out there, you get a little bit crazy. Keys fall out of your pocket. So I don't really blame him for anything. You guys made him drink too much. Seems
Nope,
irresponsible.
I did not.
Some Yahoo went and put all those signs up. Not his fault. If people are just going to
Had
have
to run
kiddie
through 'em.
pools sitting out, what are you supposed to do, not jump into
Hey,
them?
I jumped in him with him, so I get it.
Yeah.
It was 100 degrees.
Yeah, it sounds like Bobo had a great weekend.
I love
I
Bobo.
assume you guys have plans for this coming weekend as well?
No, but I can't wait for my next encounter with Bobo.
All right.
He's a beautiful man.
All right. Well, I need to hear more about the your experience, because you didn't know much about Vanilla Ice, Tone Loc, or the Sugar Hill Gang. So I'd like to hear that part of it, if you don't mind.
I gotcha.
All right. We'll do that next. You're listening to Club Hour right here on Primetime. This is 1080 The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
All right, it is Club Hour. Ooh. Listen to the music. There we go. There we go.
Is this Vanilla Ice?
God, no.
You're right. I would have recognized this.
Yeah.
Name all the Vanilla Ice songs you know. Go.
Ice Ice Baby. You guys claim there's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle song.
Well, there's got to be one called Vanilla or something too. I just don't know for sure. He had an album, right? Just throwaway songs. I'm just naming one.
I'm
had
sure
to be named Vanilla.
I'm sure he's really big in
Denmark.
Yes, but he's also he's really big in home design.
Yes, he is a flipper.
Yeah, makes a lot of money doing that.
Didn't he get his own Bravo TV show or something? He was
on Roku.
Shut up. He had his own flipping house show or something like that. Yes,
I think he had it on E.
No, it was the DIY network. It was called the Vanilla Ice Project, and it actually it aired for 9 seasons.
Well, there you go. Yeah, 9 2-episode seasons, I hope. So
you're really not for house shows, are you?
It was HGTV.
Every time I'm in a hotel room, my wife and I always put on HGTV or whatever it is.
Okay.
And then while we're getting ready, one of us will be in the shower and the other will come out and be like, "All right, what are they doing with the stairs here?" Oh, and then we'll catch up. But we only watch it because there's commercials, because you're usually on your way to do something, and the commercial breaks are an hour. And then when you get back, they say the exact same thing they said for the 5 minutes before the break.
Oh, I hate that recap.
Yeah, but that's all they do on those shows. We actually watched one. They were doing a house in Italy or something. It was one of the flipper flopper families or whatever, and we had just been to Italy, so we're like, oh yeah, let's check it out. But it was on. Was it on Max or something? There was no commercials. Made it even worse.
Well, no, Max, because they air a bunch of old HGTV stuff. I think.
But then what they do is if you don't have the commercials, they do the recap, and then it runs right into the pre-cap, and then you see every clip 12 times. I swear they use 12 minutes to make a 45-minute show.
It is so annoying. You hear that same, we really got a big decision to make at the end of and then they come back from commercial. Well, we really got a big decision to make.
No.
Over again.
Here's the best one is in this show, there was a moment where the gal's like, I just really think we should go back and we should have even done this or something, to that effect. And it's a couple from Arkansas, and they're in Italy building this house. So they showed it for every episode preview and every in and out of every break or whatever. All she was talking about was the road that they were on because they went up to see some marble quarry. And she's freaked out about that. At no point did she ever want to stop designing the house, but then they take it out of context, put it into every single recap and preview that they do, and they do it every time. And it's just
beautiful.
And then you've already seen it out of context, and you go, can we maybe stop doing that? But yeah, those shows would be 7 minutes. It would just be like, all right, we're going to redesign this house. Oh, they don't like it. Oh, we found a leak, and so they had a little bit of mold, and then we fixed it, and here's what the new house looks like. But
the first episode of Vanilla Ice's show, nice landscaping.
Wow. So the only other Vanilla Ice song that I know is the Ninja Turtle rap.
Yeah.
Go Ninja, go. Do you not know this one, Schultze?
I did not know that was him. I've heard it, but I did not know that was Vanilla Ice.
Oh, yeah. Vanilla Ice shows up at the end of Ninja Turtles 2 Secret of the Ooze.
Okay.
He has 6 studio albums.
And raps alive. Yeah.
There's a song named Vanilla in there.
He has 6 studio albums, 2 compilation albums, 1 live album, 1 remix album, and 25 singles.
Wait, he had so many hits that he had a compilation album? Excuse me, 2 compilations?
No. It didn't say greatest hits. It said compilation.
His debut album... To the extreme.
That was he rocks the mic like a vandal. We know.
It was the fastest selling hip hop album of all time.
Yes.
Well, fastest doesn't mean best.
Well, yeah. It's Vanilla Ice is a whole thing. So you got to see Vanilla Ice.
I did.
What was that experience like for you?
It was interesting. So I should preface this. My phone died.
Okay.
So my phone and everyone in the group that I was with, their phones were all dead noon on Saturday.
Okay. Nice.
Nobody brought a charger?
They went to the Pendleton whiskey roundup to get away from people.
That's right.
Amazon. Solar brick for $20 you can plug your phone in.
We were living like the Cowboys. That's what we were doing. We were living in the outfield of the Babe Ruth ballpark, living like Cowboys. But what happened was Vanilla Ice comes out. So it goes, I believe it went Tone Loc, then Sugar Hill Gang.
Okay. Did you know anything about Tone Loc?
a new funky cold Medina.
Okay, there you go.
And then I knew that there would be Sugar Hill Gang would jump on it. Like
Yeah,
I
you
knew
got a
that
few,
was
yeah.
coming. Right.
Yeah.
I knew those were coming.
Rapper's Delight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
The hip hop.
Hip,
The hippie to the
hip,
hip hop.
yeah,
And you
yeah.
don't stop rocking to the bang.
That's
bang,
right.
boogie,
They
snap,
did
jump,
sing.
boogie
They
to
did
the rhythm
sing.
of the boogie beat.
Well,
That's
yes,
right. Because
they
what
did-
you hear
they
is
did
not
sing.
That's what the people want.
rapping.
Trust me.
But Vanilla Ice.
So are they doing like 2 songs each?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Vanilla
You don't even
Ice.
know how time was passing. Or
Just
whatever.
not too many beers.
They were
I don't
serving
remember.
alcohol.
Not really. They were.
Nice.
And I was purchasing it.
Good.
Vanilla Ice came out, and I kid you not, gave an impassioned 5-minute speech about how this was the most divided our country had ever been, and how our country needed to come together. But at no point did he ever mention the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
Yeah.
So we are all sitting there like, what
With
the
zero
hell
context.
is going on? Like Vanilla Ice, shut up and play the song. I think someone next to us said, shut up and play the song. 5 minutes, Vanilla Ice. As a country, we need to stop attacking each
Which
other.
was perfectly
and come
appropriate.
together.
And he was
100%.
100% within his right to do, but you idiots are sitting there drunk, just listen to Funky Cole Medina, and all you want to do is him to get on with the show. Oh, how delightful.
Yep, he really went out there and he put one on. He did not say anything inappropriate. He did not attack any. It was a real come together, rousing Coach Taylor Friday Night
Shut
Lights
up and sing your
speech.
song! Is being yelled from your
And
section.
our idiots holding Michelob Ultras. Shut up, Ice Ice baby. Do the bit.
That just sounds like ultimate dumb human being right there. Do the
Well,
bit.
the best part is we had bought these like really nice seats where we could sit down and watch the show.
Oh, you were close. Okay.
No, we weren't, because we walked over and everyone went, man, we can't dance here.
Gotcha.
So we walked back like an idiot. We did try to get into the VIP section, and I think I flashed my wristband. Like I tried to do the quick wristband flash, and the guy was like, idiot, no.
Why didn't you just have Bobo run him over?
Oh, Bobo would have got decked.
Yeah, I'm sure their security is bigger than Bobo.
Not in some spots.
Okay, all right. So,
Not in some. There were some spots where it was local high school,
the
bro.
security.
I was gonna say you gotta have real security at these kind of
Local high
events,
school,
but they
bro.
just probably don't have enough. Bodies, so.
Well, look, hey, it was a rip-roaring great time. Could not tell you anything that Dustin Lynch sang. Could not tell you anything that Thomas Rhett sang. I remember the main songs from Vanilla Ice, Tone Loc, and Sugar Hill Gang.
There you go.
But I'll tell you right now, I had a great time.
There you go.
A lot of dancing, a lot of getting around. And you know what? Everyone got home safe, and I was not the one whose bag of their belongings fell out of the truck in Boardman.
Oh, God.
Nice. Made it back with all your stuff.
Not everybody did.
On top
Not
of the
everybody.
car? What the hell are you guys doing?
It was in the truck, and there was a bump, and it was gone.
That's hilarious.
It was one of those like, hey, didn't one of you guys have a black bag with white accents? Yeah, Max did. Max, I don't see your bag anymore. Get back to Battleground. Max's bag is
You don't
gone.
throw the backpack on top of the pile.
No, and I get what he was doing. Like, I would have thought it was okay. It was wedged in by the table. The problem was the table was not wedged into the side. Table moves, bumps up.
Yeah, well,
Right on it.
that's what you get. He gets what he was after.
So if you're in Boardman, you can get Max's clothes.
Does he have any good stuff in there? Anything else?
I think he came home. Well, he was gonna come home with more than he left with, so that's always a good sign.
There you go.
You might be able to find a
He tried.
high noon tequila out there.
There you go. The old high. I had the high noon tea. Not bad.
Haven't had the tea. I love the tequila and the vodka.
Well, the vodka, yes, quite good. But yeah, the tea. I don't know if it's spiked with vodka.
Also, Fan Golf Classic, Casadores.
Yeah.
Love their Paloma.
Ooh, I don't know that I tried the Paloma.
I tried it there That was the first
I know what I
time.
did. I drank their tequila.
Well, I drank
Yeah,
their
the
tequila
Paloma
too,
was
but the
refreshing.
Paloma,
Yeah.
that's the one I'm writing home about.
Canned cocktails
Very
have become
good.
a big thing. Like, not the seltzers, but like a actual cocktail in a can. And they're making some tasty ones nowadays.
Yeah, it's a little tricky with the different regulations state to state, from what I understand. But yeah, the folks with a large enough distribution network, because like in Oregon, if it's alcohol or spirit-based, you have to go to the liquor store to get it.
Yes.
Washington, you can get it outside of it, but different states, different rules, different taxes. 10 Barrel has a golf tea that is like a John Daly that is dangerously good, but they also have a canned AMF.
Yes, they do. No,
I haven't had an AMF since college.
Actually,
yeah, nor should you.
The 10 Barrels mixed cocktails in the can are the first ones that I had, and their Moscow Mule, the 10 Barrel mixed can, is like 14%, and 3 of those will knock you on your ass. And I'm talking like you thought you had 10 drinks.
Yeah, if anything is in double digits for ABVs, keep it to 1. I don't know if they're made to pour over ice, but nobody ever does. If you can drink it out of a can and it's 10, 11, 12, 13% alcohol, yeah, you might want to switch to Coors Light after that one.
Add a little water or watered down beer.
Yeah, watered down beer. That's the way to go. All right, we got 2 segments left in the club hour. You were supposed to bring something to it, and you brought Bobo stories. What else you wanted?
I brought Bobo, and I brought Vanilla Ice, bringing the country together like the true American hero he is.
I love that. You brought it. You got anything for the club hour, or are we playing a little random chance when we get back from the...
Play some random chance. I think I had a couple of things I wrote down. Let me check my notes.
All right, random chance. We'll check some notes, but first, a Sports Center update. Here it is.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Stanford's. This classic American steakhouse has exactly what you've been craving. Visit them in Clackamas, Tannisbourne, or online at stanfords.com. First on the Fan, Team USA continuing to ramp up for the Paris Olympics. They beat Serbia in their third exhibition game, 105-79 this morning. It moves them to 3-0 in pre-Olympic play. Steph Curry leading the way with 24 points. Anthony Edwards had 16. LeBron James also had 11. The Americans moving on to London now for their final 2 ramp-up games before heading to France. The Athletic reporting that the Milwaukee Bucks have had Chris Middleton get surgery. It's actually arthroscopic surgery on both of his ankles. It was successful. It happened earlier in the offseason, and he is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. And elsewhere around the league, the WNBA reportedly going to be receiving $2.2 billion over the next 11 years as part of the new media rights deal with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon Prime Video that the NBA had just signed. It's set to begin in the 2025-26 season for a total of almost $75 billion. And the Open Championship getting going tonight at Royal Troon in Scotland. Justin Leonard, Tom Hamilton, and Jack McDonald all teeing off at 10:35 p.m. Pacific. Rory McIlroy getting going at 2:09 a.m. Tourney favorite Scottie Scheffler, he tees off at 7:10 a.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
It's coming. The Fan at
to go fan is the Vancouver Ford text line. All texts on the fan are brought to you by the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. This is VancouverFord.com. Random club question coming in on the fan text line.
Ooh.
This is why I bring this up.
Yeah.
So if I give you $50 million in cash, but you can never again set foot outside of Oregon or Washington, do you take the deal?
Yes.
That's easy.
Easy?
Hands down. Like, do I get to pick one state, or do I get Oregon and Washington?
The way I feel it, it's Oregon. It says
Or.
Oregon or Washington.
So pick one?
So let's say pick
Okay.
one. There you go. Which one would you pick? You're
I'm picking
from
Washington. I'm picking Washington.
Okay.
I think there's...
You lose Bandon. That's the only thing. That's the first thing I thought. I was like, oh, if I can't leave either of the
But I
two
haven't been
states,
to
I still get Bandon. Ooh, if you had $50 million, you could do pretty well hanging out of Bandon.
Well, see, you know where I think I go? I go up to Suncadia.
Yeah, well, you got Chambers Bay, and you've got
Right.
Gamble Sands, and you've got...
Well, Suncadia, I got 2 courses up there. I've got Rope
Yep.
Rider and Prospector.
Yep.
If I want
You have
cheaper living...
You have $50 million, you can build your own course.
Right, if I want...
Salish Cliffs up by Shelton.
I can go to the east side and
Yep.
get a cheaper living spot. I can live in like a nice house with some acreage out in Spokane, or maybe
Yeah.
even I can go back to Ellensburg.
Would you really?
I'd be the richest man in all of Ellensburg.
Yeah.
Then they'd always want me to donate.
Well, you got Seattle, and you can go to your hockey games and your
I
NFL
feel like-
games. And
Yeah, but I don't want to
Fif-
live in Seattle.
No,
I think
no, I-
50
yeah.
million doesn't go very far in Seattle.
Well, no. You don't have to live in Seattle, but if you, I mean, what would you be missing? You know, that the state has to offer. Because how far out in the ocean can you go?
That's true. Where does international water start?
But
Do I have to
the
stop before
entire
there?
Puget Sound is there, so you can go.
Right.
You can go fishing. You've got.
There's still a lot of things that
I think I'd
can
probably
do.
pick Washington too. I'm the more I'm thinking about it, because the Olympic rainforest is absolutely beautiful.
Right.
The San Juan Islands are great. You get Mount Rainier, Mount Baker. You get you said, the east side is fantastic. There's Walla Walla. Go drink all your wine.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go Washington. And yeah, I mean, $50 million. That's generational money. Your kids can still leave, so it's like, hey.
Yeah, like I can
Go
do
have fun.
what I want.
Bring me some nice wine when you go to France.
I can get a nice. Yeah, the lady would be able to go around do whatever she wants. I think that's the perfect spot. I really do. I think it's Washington, just because you still get Mariners, Seahawks, and you would still get college sports. You miss out on the Blazers, although rumor has it you might get some NBA quick.
Yeah, well, and I think that's. I don't think you're missing all that much. Not going to the Blazers games, and like you said, for a few years,
right?
But Oregon and Washington are pretty similar. So
well, the reason that I'm thinking Washington is you have more variety of climate.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So I mean, you know, there's a lot of high desert in both states, but as you go further north, you get in kind of moose country, and it gets a little bit more rocky and fall to Columbia all the way up.
I like that Seattle doesn't get as hot as Portland.
Yeah.
If we're talking,
well, if you don't want
cities.
to get too hot, like I said, go and hang out because you can still go to Long Beach and Grays Harbor and hang out along the coast and get everything that the coast has to offer. I think it's a little more picturesque on the Oregon coast, but the Puget Sound region's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
So that's something that you're not getting with Oregon.
But I could not be outside of Washington if I'm like not allowed to go to a Mariners game for the rest of my life. No, so I'd have to be 50
so just
mil
for the
in
Mariners.
Washington. Now, that's a big deal.
You'd
if
come
you're
across
sitting
the river,
35 years old, and for the next hopefully 50 years or more you're alive. No live Mariners games. That's
There you
tough.
go. Yeah, like I said, baseball's coming soon. You get to go that. So there you go. If anybody else has any random questions, send them to the Vancouver Ford text line. We'll see what we get as they come through. But yeah, I think we all agree. Oh, look at me! People just throwing out Leavenworth, Anacord.
Leavenworth is one that I need to do.
You've never done Leavenworth?
I have tried so many times. Remember, I'm an idiot college kid. I only lived like 45 minutes from it.
Yeah.
But you never planned anything until it was too late. It's like, oh, you get a girlfriend. Let's go to Leavenworth. Well, you want to stay the weekend if you're going to go. And then it's like, I can't stay the weekend. Let's go to Seattle instead where I can get a hotel or something.
Yeah, the only time I went up there was tree lighting. Christmas tree lighting. It was a good time to be there. Santa Claus was there for obvious reasons.
Of course.
That's his off-season home. And there, another wild place that we went to one time is Shai Beach is the farthest northwestern point on the peninsula. You go through the Nia Bay Indian Reservation. You go out there and hiked out there. Spectacular. The San Juans are super great. Yeah, there's a lot of cool spots in Washington State.
There's so many different
Underrated variety, too.
Right. And a lot of states that you get to, people will be like, oh, it's great. It's like, it's the same across the state.
Yeah.
Go somewhere where you can get variety.
Yep.
You're going to get the full seasons. That's what you need to in Washington.
I mean, I'm trying to think about it, too. Like, I mean, if you gave me California in there, I think I'd still keep Washington.
Yeah, I mean...
California is bigger, has a little bit more variety, but it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, well, and like L.A. and if you told me...
how lucky are we to be born in our favorite state?
I know, but I do love San Diego.
So do I, but that's the lack of variety there too, though. Like I mean, because you could go to Northern California, and San Francisco's a lovely place too. But like you said, that $50 million doesn't go very far in Seattle. It's not going very far in San Diego or San Francisco, Los Angeles either.
Very true.
So
very true.
Yeah. And
San Diego's really not going far.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, that settles that one. If anybody else has any random questions, we'll use it to wrap things up, or we'll see what Schulte's got in his grab bag.
I've actually got something good.
Tease the hell out of it. We'll do one more segment. We'll get the hell out of here.
No Bobo stories, but how would you feel if you were left by your cruise ship on a deserted island? We'll get to that here coming up.
Oh, well, keep going.
No, let's
tease it.
That's the tea. Oh, you want...
Yeah, take us out, homie.
All right,
do
yeah,
it.
well, yeah,
Have you never done this before?
A couple of times. But I was going to let you finish.
No,
it up.
I don't have so much pride that I need to finish it. You
All
go.
Right. All right. Yeah. What would you do?
Turn up the tease. Come on, I need some. All right, everybody. Come on, let's get the.
Ladies and gentlemen, what would you do if you were left by the cruise ship on a deserted island? That's next on The Fan.
That's one draft down.
The Portland Trailblazers select Donovan Clingan from the University of Connecticut.
And another big one to go.
And Cooper Flagg has been the story, I guess.
Oh, so excited. Bronny James on the TV going out there showing what he has for the Lakers Summer League right now. Lakers with a 14-13 lead over the Atlanta Hawks. I mean, I tell you, one of the most exciting moments in sports is when you get to see a player like this get an opportunity that he's earned and he deserves. He's out on the court. It's just fantastic. I could not be more excited. Schulte, you feel the same way?
I'm going to withhold
Okay,
comment.
okay.
You're not going to get this out of me.
I tried.
You're not going to get this out of me.
I
It's the club. We're not doing
tried.
sports.
I tried.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. The other day, there was just F words flying all around the building. And they were just, man, these seem really out of place. And it was Schulte just going on a Bronny tirade.
Yeah, not happy. People aren't really looking at the direct comparison of father-son athletics on the field.
You're just
together.
mad that they compared him to the Griffeys. That's all.
No. I said they should compare him to the Griffeys and nobody else. Everybody said, oh, there's nepotism all over sports. There's brothers, there's cousins.
That's not.
Fathers and sons haven't happened very often, if ever. So, no, that's not really an equal
Okay,
comparison.
I thought you weren't getting into
you
it.
still got me into it.
I'm shocked.
I just
that he
wanted to
got
see
you
if
into it.
you did very good the first drive, but it took me one rebuttal. I knew you didn't have it in you to stay up, but I knew I could do it.
It's like telling Michael Scott not to say that's what she said.
Yeah,
That's
a fair point. That's a fair point. What was your premise that you set up with that wonderful tease before that we can wrap things up with?
I mean, if y'all want to take a cruise, maybe listen to this story and beware, because I've kind of been up and down on taking a cruise. My wife's not so into it. I think I'm more into it than she is. My bestie says definitely go do it. This story makes me wonder if I ever should. A family of 9, including 6 young children, were stranded in a remote Alaskan city where their cruise chef left them behind late last week. Apparently, this big family, a group of family named the Galts, they're on a big family reunion, all from Oklahoma together, decided to pay for this trip for 16 people, about $30,000 on the Norwegian Encore up near Alaska. So an Alaskan cruise, right? And, with cruises, you've got activities on different stops, different islands along the way. And so they decided to, one of these stops, it was on, I hope I'm saying this right, Ketchikan Island?
Ketchikan is a coastal town.
Okay.
Or maybe it is an island.
I think
but that's where my sister-in-law's from. I've actually never been up there.
Okay, so it says Ketchikan, Alaska, so I apologize if that's not the island, but that is the town. It's a very remote town that they were left in. They went to see a lumberjack show, apparently, that was happening on this island in Ketchikan while they were off the ship, but as the event came to an end, the father and mother of the family noticed a mad dash back to the bus to get to the ship. They ended up missing a bus at all because the person that was driving the bus that they were told was too full, they said, hey, there's another one coming back for you. Apparently, there was no ticket checking going on. Apparently, the bus driver kind of fudged his way into just letting people onto the bus that shouldn't have been. This family ended up getting stranded, fined over $1,000 for missing the ship, and then ended up having to pay their own way back to Oklahoma. And it was actually the cruise ship's fault. They thankfully have come out and said, okay, nope, this was due to a misstep by the bus driver. We're going to reimburse them. We're going to help them out. But going through that in the moment and going through that hell, all their medications, all their passports, all their stuff still left on that cruise ship.
Well, you don't need a passport to go to Alaska. It's part of the U.S.
No, but
so
if
you're fine there.
If you're dealing...
Ketchikan is a lovely... My sister-in-law is from Ketchikan, so it's not as remote as you think it is.
But if
I
you're
am
dealing
looking
with
at it. It is on a big old island, but it's...
Traveling from a cruise ship in international waters, I think that's where the passports come into play.
It's not international waters. It's Alaska. That's America.
They were on a cruise ship in international waters, though, is what I'm saying.
Well, I know, but if it was leaving from Ketchikan...
Well, then why do you need passports? I don't even know. Honestly, that's a great point. Why passports are even mentioned in this story?
Yeah, I mean, I
Are
guess
they
you go...
stopping in Canada at
If
some
they
point?
stopped in British Columbia, you do go through international waters, I suppose. But again, it's not that much of a panic because you don't... Flying to Alaska, you don't need a passport. Because I've done that several times, going to Anchorage. But yeah, Ketchikan's it's not as remote as you think it is. It is a little town. My brother's been up there and he loves it because he kind of gets treated like a king because he goes up there and then if you know somebody from the town, it's like, all right, hey, you're marrying one of ours, drinks on us. But yeah, it's a big fishing town and stuff. So it's not as fun as I was hoping it would be. But if it's the cruise line's fault and they leave you and you get to sue, That's how I'm getting my $50 million. Then I can
There
go to
you
any
go.
state I want.
You can do anything whatever country you want.
Yeah. The headline on that one is fantastic, though. But when I was waiting for you to set it up, I was thinking tropical island, get stuck there for a few days. Family of 9, you do Swiss Family Robinson for a few days.
I'm stuck in Fiji.
Yeah.
It's so terrible.
I can handle that. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me for this fill-in episode. Schulte, great job on the 1s and 2s there. Ortner, I'm sure we'll do this again quite soon. Maybe
Can't
not
wait.
This one. But everybody, thanks for listening. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. And we're done. Bye-bye.
Bye.